You're traveling with Comanche warriors beneath a sky crowded with stars, while frost gathers quietly across the grass. There is no heated room waiting nearby, no thick mattress, and certainly no convenient thermostat to rescue your frozen toes. So how do you sleep when the wind keeps pulling warmth from your body? How do you choose a place where darkness itself seems exposed? The answers reveal something deeper than simple toughness. They reveal generations of careful observation, practical knowledge, and adaptation to an unforgiving landscape. So, before you settle into the story, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. And while you get comfortable, comment with your location and your local time now. Dim the lights, and imagine that the last sunlight is disappearing behind the enormous western horizon. You are standing somewhere across the southern Great Plains during the colder months of the year. The exact landscape changes depending on where your journey has carried you. Comanche territory eventually stretched across enormous portions of what are now Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Kansas, and Colorado. That territory was never one uniform environment. Some places offered rolling grasslands broken by shallow streams and scattered stands of cottonwood. Elsewhere, rugged hills, canyons, river valleys, and open plains created very different conditions for travelers. Winter could transform these familiar landscapes with astonishing speed. You feel that change now. The afternoon sunlight offered a little warmth, but its disappearance produces an immediate difference. Cold settles into the low places first, while the exposed ground loses the heat gathered during daylight. Your horse exhales beside you. Its breath briefly becomes a silver cloud before dissolving into the darkening air. Leather tack makes small creaking sounds whenever the animal shifts its weight. Around you, other horses move through dry grass with soft, irregular steps. You smell animals, leather, dust, and the faint earthy scent released by vegetation crushed beneath hooves. Nothing feels completely silent. The plains carry sound surprisingly well on a calm winter evening. A horse snorting nearby can seem unusually loud, while distant movement sometimes travels farther than expected through cold air. For Comanche travelers, this landscape was not merely empty ground between destinations, it contained information. Wind direction mattered because exposure could determine whether a resting place remained tolerable or became dangerously cold. Vegetation mattered because it might provide bedding, shelter, fuel, or clues about nearby water. Terrain mattered even more. A slight rise could offer visibility but leave you exposed to persistent wind. A protected hollow might reduce that wind, yet cold air could collect there during certain conditions. Finding somewhere to sleep therefore involved balancing competing advantages. The Comanche became famous historically for extraordinary mobility, particularly after horses transformed life across the plains. By the 18th century, mounted Comanche power extended across a vast region that outsiders increasingly recognized as dominated by them. Mobility shaped almost everything. Yet being highly mobile did not mean wandering carelessly across the landscape. Effective movement depended upon knowing where water could be found, where grazing remained available, and where weather might become dangerous. Tonight, you depend upon that accumulated knowledge. You notice one warrior repeatedly looking toward the horizon rather than immediately preparing to rest. He studies clouds gathering far away and watches how their edges change beneath the fading light. Perhaps he is thinking about tomorrow. Perhaps he's thinking about tonight. Winter weather across the plains can shift rapidly when strong northern air moves southward. Temperatures may fall dramatically, and a comfortable afternoon can become a severe night with remarkably little ceremony. Nature rarely sends invitations. You therefore begin thinking about shelter before darkness completely covers the ground. Waiting until you are already trembling would make every ordinary task slower and less pleasant. There is another reason for choosing carefully. Comanche warriors traveling away from larger camps sometimes operated in circumstances requiring caution. A bright fire or poorly chosen campsite could reveal a group's presence to distant observers. Comfort and security might therefore pull you toward different decisions. Historians do not always know exactly how small Comanche war parties organized every winter campsite. Written descriptions were produced unevenly, often by outsiders who observed particular situations, rather than documenting ordinary routines systematically. That uncertainty matters. Practices could also vary by season, location, purpose, available materials, and the preferences of individual travelers. A large family camp naturally offered different possibilities from a small group moving quickly through contested territory, so you should resist imagining one universal sleeping method. There was adaptation instead. You walk toward a slight depression, where grasses grow taller and thicker than those surrounding it. The difference seems trivial until you lower yourself closer to the ground. The wind weakens noticeably. Your cheeks still feel cold, but the constant pressure against your skin becomes softer. Even a modest natural barrier can change how quickly moving air strips warmth from exposed surfaces. Nearby vegetation rustles gently. The sound is dry and papery, almost like distant whispering. You reach downward and touch the grass, discovering that its upper surfaces already carry a thin layer of frost. Moisture presents another problem. A sleeping place that appears protected might still leave clothing or bedding damp. Damp insulation performs poorly, and moisture against the body can become increasingly uncomfortable as temperatures fall. Experienced travelers learn these lessons without needing modern terminology. They felt the consequences directly. One curious detail appears repeatedly in accounts of plains life more broadly. Travelers sometimes used astonishingly small landscape features for protection. A creek bank, clump of brush, or shallow cut could become valuable simply because it interrupted the wind. To modern eyes, such shelter might look almost comically inadequate. Yet you begin understanding the logic. You're not trying to construct a permanent winter house before bedtime. You're trying to reduce exposure enough that clothing, robes, bedding, body heat, and possibly fire can perform effectively together. Several small advantages can become significant. Your companions continue examining the surroundings as twilight deepens. Horses need consideration because they are not decorative background characters in this world. They are transportation, wealth, companions, and strategic assets. Their condition influences where you can travel tomorrow and whether you can travel quickly. Suitable grazing therefore becomes part of the night's calculations. A campsite that protects people while offering nothing for horses creates another problem by morning. There is also the peculiar comfort of having animals nearby. Their movements provide familiar sounds, although restless horses may also signal something beyond the limits of human perception. A horse suddenly raising its head deserves attention. For now they remain calm. You look upward and notice how quickly the sky has deepened from blue into black. Without artificial light spreading across the horizon, stars appear in overwhelming numbers. The Milky Way stretches above you like pale smoke. Cold air sharpens everything. You hear the faint scrape of leather and the low murmur of companions preparing for darkness. Somewhere farther away, an animal calls briefly, then leaves the night quiet again. Researchers still debate many details concerning how particular Comanche groups interpreted environmental signs during specific journeys. Knowledge was often practical, locally learned, and transmitted through experience rather than preserved in detailed written manuals. That makes reconstruction imperfect. Still, the larger principle is unmistakable. Survival on these plains depended upon attention. You watched weather before weather reached you. You noticed wind before choosing where to lie down, and you considered water, grass, animals, security, and tomorrow's movement before closing your eyes. The cold itself was only one problem. You pull your clothing more closely around your body as another gust moves across the grass. The temperature seems to fall with every passing minute. Soon, preparation must become more deliberate. Before anyone thinks seriously about sleeping, however, the ground beneath you must be chosen with care. A few hundred yards can separate an exposed resting place from one offering precious protection, so you continue walking slowly through the gathering darkness, testing the wind against your face. Behind you, horses follow quietly. Ahead lies a darker line of vegetation near lower ground, promising shelter but introducing questions of its own. You listen, smell the cold earth, and study the shape of the land. The night has only begun, and before you can wrap yourself against its cold, you must decide exactly where your body will meet the winter earth. The darker line of vegetation ahead slowly takes shape as you approach it, revealing scattered brush and taller grass near a shallow drainage. At first glance, it seems like the obvious place to spend the night. The wind feels weaker here, and the surrounding ground offers more protection than the exposed plain behind you. But obvious choices can hide uncomfortable surprises. You stop before descending completely and allow your eyes to adjust to the deepening darkness. The shallow channel contains no running water tonight, although damp soil appears beneath patches of stiff vegetation. Cold air settles downward. You cannot see that movement, of course, but you can feel its consequences around your ankles and legs. Low ground may provide shelter from wind while simultaneously collecting colder air during clear, calm conditions. The best campsite is therefore rarely determined by one advantage alone. You move along the edge of the drainage while your companions quietly inspect the surrounding terrain. Nobody needs to conduct an elaborate ceremony over the decision. Experience makes the process quicker. For people accustomed to travelling across the plains, the landscape becomes something closer to a familiar language. Small differences in slope, vegetation, soil, and exposure carry practical meanings. You begin noticing them too. The western side of the shallow channel rises just enough to interrupt the strongest breeze. Tall grass covers much of the nearby ground, and a scattered cluster of brush offers additional protection. The location is not luxurious. Luxury is currently unavailable, yet compared with the bare rise behind you, this little fold in the earth already feels surprisingly comfortable. The wind no longer presses constantly against your face. Your ears notice the difference before anything else. On exposed ground, wind creates a steady rushing sound around clothing and grass. Here, that broad noise becomes broken into softer whispers among stems and branches. You can hear the horses more clearly. One stamps a hoof against the ground, producing a dull thump. Another pulls at dry grass with the patient determination of an animal that considers eating more important than historical atmosphere. That seems reasonable enough. Comanche mobility depended heavily upon horses, particularly after mounted life became central to hunting, warfare, trade, and movement. Campsites therefore needed to accommodate animals as well as human sleepers whenever circumstances permitted. Water was another important consideration. Rivers and streams provided obvious resources, but camping directly beside them was not automatically ideal. Banks could be damp, exposed, muddy, steep, or vulnerable to changing conditions. Wooded waterways offered different possibilities. Cottonwoods, willows, and other vegetation could provide wind protection and useful materials in appropriate environments. Deadwood might also supply fuel where fire was practical and tactically acceptable. Yet trees created their own hazards. Dead branches can fall, particularly during strong winds. Thick vegetation may conceal animals or people, and certain low areas become noticeably colder after sunset. So you keep examining. The Comanche ranged across environments broad enough that no single campsite formula could work everywhere. A traveller on the high plains encountered different resources from someone moving through broken country farther south. Historical accounts often emphasize mobility because outsiders found Comanche horsemanship particularly striking. Less dramatic decisions, such as choosing where to sleep, received far less attention. Nobody writes heroic songs about drainage. Still, such decisions matter enormously when temperatures approach or fall below freezing. You kneel and place your palm against the ground. The soil feels firm and cold. A thin crust of frost has begun forming on exposed vegetation, but the earth beneath the thicker grass remains comparatively dry. Dryness matters. Bedding and clothing lose much of their usefulness when moisture penetrates them. Even without understanding heat transfer scientifically, Generations of travelers could recognize which surfaces left them colder by morning. You gather a handful of grass and rub it between your fingers. It produces a faint brittle sound. The smell is subtle, dry, and slightly dusty, mixed with the stronger scent of horses nearby. Occasionally, a trace of smoke reaches you from somewhere among your companions. Someone has begun considering fire. That decision will come later. First, you look toward the horizon. The campsite cannot merely protect you from weather. Depending on the purpose of the journey, it may also need to remain difficult for others to detect. A war party traveling through dangerous territory might avoid obvious locations or unnecessary signs of occupation. Smoke, tracks, disturbed vegetation, and firelight could all reveal human presence. This creates a strange contradiction. The warmest place might not be the safest. The safest place might be uncomfortable. You imagine a small group moving rapidly through contested country, choosing concealment over convenience and accepting a colder night to reduce the chance of discovery. Scholars remain cautious about reconstructing standardized Comanche camping procedures for every kind of expedition. Sources describe particular moments, and practices almost certainly shifted according to circumstances, leaders, weather, and available resources. That uncertainty prevents easy rules. It also makes the reality more interesting. You're following people who respond to conditions rather than consulting an imaginary checklist. Knowledge lives in repeated experience and careful observation. A small ridge now catches your attention. It rises behind the sheltered patch, protecting one side while leaving enough elevation to avoid the coldest bottom of the drainage. The slope is gentle, and grass grows thickly across it. This feels promising. You climb several steps and turn around. Immediately, the logic becomes clearer. The depression below is darker and noticeably colder, while the middle slope receives less wind than the exposed crest. You have found something between two extremes. Not perfect, but useful. There is a quirky practicality to this kind of campsite selection. A person may shift only a short distance and experience a surprisingly large difference in comfort. Modern campers sometimes discover the same lesson after choosing badly. The plains are patient teachers. Your companions begin bringing horses toward the protected side of the rise. Their silhouettes move slowly against the fading western glow. Leather straps creak softly. You touch the neck of one horse as it passes. Beneath its winter coat, the animal feels astonishingly warm compared with the surrounding air. The contrast reminds you how valuable trapped body heat can become. Soon, buffalo robes and other coverings will perform a similar function for human bodies. They do not create warmth from nothing. They help preserve what you already produce. But before coverings can work properly, you need protection beneath and around yourself. Wind and cold ground can drain comfort faster than many inexperienced travelers expect. You notice several companions gathering dry vegetation. Some material can become bedding, while other pieces may help start a small fire. The exact choice depends upon what this particular landscape provides. Farther away, someone inspects dead branches among the brush. The stars are brighter now. Moonlight touches the pale tips of frost-covered grass, giving the entire slope a faint silver appearance. Each breath emerges briefly before disappearing. You smell cold vegetation and horsehair. There is something wonderfully ordinary about the scene. No one appears astonished by winter. Nobody challenges the weather to some theatrical contest of endurance. Instead, each person makes small adjustments. A robe is tightened, a horse is moved, dry grass is collected. The sheltered side of the slope becomes increasingly organized without turning into a permanent camp. You begin to understand an important distinction. Endurance is useful, but preparation is better. Stories about plains warriors sometimes emphasize exceptional toughness, until practical knowledge disappears behind a legend. Yet surviving repeated winter journeys required more than simply tolerating discomfort. It required avoiding unnecessary discomfort whenever possible. Your fingers are already becoming stiff enough to demonstrate the point. You flex them slowly and tuck them closer to your body. The temperature continues dropping. A stronger gust crosses the crest above you, making the grass bend and hiss. Down here, only a weakened portion reaches your face. That tiny ridge suddenly seems impressive. You settle briefly onto the chosen ground and feel how the surrounding slope blocks part of the moving air. The improvement is noticeable, but it is not enough by itself. The night will grow colder. Protection must now become more deliberate. Natural terrain has given you the foundation. But additional barriers can make this ordinary fold in the plains considerably more comfortable. Hides, brush, grass, and whatever portable shelter accompanies the travellers may soon reshape the space. Behind you, darkness closes across the route you travelled earlier. Ahead, hands begin working quietly. The place has been chosen. Now you must turn a patch of winter ground into something capable of holding warmth until morning. The chosen slope is only the beginning, because shelter on a freezing plain depends less on walls than on controlling moving air. You feel this immediately when another gust crosses the ridge and spills downward. Weakened but still sharp enough to sting your cheeks, the landscape has reduced the wind, but now human hands can reduce it further. You begin with what the ground provides. Dry grass grows thickly around the sheltered slope, while brush stands closer to the drainage below. Some branches are stiff and brittle, and others remain flexible enough to bend without snapping. Every available material has a possible purpose. The Comanche were highly mobile people, particularly after horses became fundamental to life across the southern plains. Portable possessions therefore had to justify the effort required to transport them. Shelter was no exception. The best-known dwelling associated with plains peoples was the hide-covered teepee, a structure exceptionally suited to mobility. Its conical form could resist wind, while coverings and adjustable openings helped manage ventilation and interior smoke. Large camps could contain many such lodges. Your present situation is different. You are travelling with warriors away from the comfort and resources of a substantial family encampment. Carrying and erecting a complete lodge would not necessarily suit every journey. Sometimes mobility matters more. Historical descriptions suggest that travellers could use blankets, robes, natural shelter, temporary windbreaks, or whatever protection circumstances allowed. Exactly what a particular Comanche party carried depended upon period, purpose, season, and access to materials. You therefore avoid imagining a universal little tent appearing every evening. Instead, you work with layers of protection. A hide or robe can serve several purposes when circumstances demand flexibility. The same object might help cover the body, block wind, provide bedding, or protect possessions. That versatility matters when travelling horseback. You watch as a covering is positioned where the breeze still reaches the resting area. It does not need to create a sealed room. It merely interrupts airflow. The difference feels immediate when you crouch behind it. Your face remains cold, yet the sensation changes from constant cutting pressure into a quieter, more manageable chill. Wind is an efficient thief. When cold air continually replaces the thin layer of warmer air around your body, you lose heat more quickly. A barrier that slows this process can improve comfort without producing any warmth itself. Comanche travellers did not need modern equations to recognize the effect. Repeated winters provided the lesson. You touch the stretched hide and feel the material tremble gently whenever stronger gusts reach it. The surface carries the dry smell of animal skin mixed with smoke accumulated from earlier camps. That scent follows many objects here. Leather, hide, horsehair, earth, and old smoke blend into a recognizable atmosphere. Nothing smells artificially clean, because everything belongs to a working travelling world. A companion pushes brush against a lower gap. Another arranges grass near the edge. These small changes prevent cold air from flowing directly across the place where someone will eventually lie down. The work is careful rather than elaborate. Time matters too. Building a grand shelter would consume energy and daylight that a travelling party might prefer to save. If departure is expected early, temporary arrangements become especially sensible. There is gentle humour in the simplicity. Your winter palace is mostly grass and hide. Still, you were already more comfortable than you were on the exposed rise. Some early observers of Plains life were impressed by how rapidly lodges could be erected or dismantled. Such efficiency reflected generations of adaptation to movement across large territories. Women generally played central roles in constructing, maintaining, and moving household lodges within Plain societies. That fact is important because the famous image of the mounted warrior represents only one portion of Comanche life. Winter survival knowledge belonged to communities. Warriors carried skills learned within the wider social world when traveling away from home. Knowing how hides behaved in wind or how bedding should remain dry did not suddenly appear during warfare. Such knowledge had deeper roots. Historians continue discussing how temporary shelters differed among Comanche groups across time, especially because documentation is uneven. Outsiders often recorded unusual encounters while overlooking ordinary details that would answer modern questions about nightly routines. The silence of the sources leaves space for caution. It should not leave space for fantasy. You therefore stay close to what the environment and documented material culture make reasonable. Portable hides, robes, brush, grass, terrain, and occasional lodge structures all belong within that practical world. The temperature keeps falling. You notice frost forming along the edges of nearby vegetation. Under moonlight, each blade looks outlined with tiny pale crystals. You run a finger across one. The frost melts instantly against your skin, leaving a trace of moisture that becomes unpleasantly cold almost at once. You wipe your hand against a dry surface. Keeping insulation dry deserves constant attention. A shelter that blocks wind but traps excessive moisture creates another difficulty. Human breath contains water, and bodies release moisture even during cold weather. Ventilation, therefore, remains important. This helps explain one clever feature of the teepee. Its opening and smoke control system could allow air movement while retaining significant protection from weather. The structure was not simply a cone of hides thrown randomly around poles. Its design reflected environmental experience. Tonight, however, your temporary shelter remains much smaller. You sit with your back toward the protected side and listen. Wind continues rushing across the ridge above, but around you the sound has softened into irregular pulses. Dry brush scratches faintly against itself. A horse gives a low snort. Another animal farther away answers with a gentle thudding of hooves against hardened soil. Those sounds seem reassuring because they remain calm. You look toward the open side of the shelter. Stars fill nearly every visible portion of sky. The air feels astonishingly clear, and distant shapes appear almost sharper beneath the moon. That visibility has advantages. It also means your camp should avoid becoming unnecessarily obvious. A large fire would be comforting, but flames can be seen from considerable distances across open country. Smoke might become visible by daylight. Traveling warriors sometimes face choices between warmth and concealment. There is no single answer. If danger from weather exceeds danger from discovery, warmth naturally becomes more urgent if enemies are thought to be nearby. A party might accept discomfort and minimize fire. Context governs everything. One odd detail from accounts of frontier travel generally is how much warmth experienced travelers could extract from apparently unimpressive shelters. A low bank or carefully positioned robe might appear useless to someone accustomed to buildings. Then the wind stops hitting you. Suddenly, the humble barrier becomes magnificent. You shift closer to the ground and discover another advantage. The shelter does not need enough height for a comfortable standing because you'll spend most of the night sitting or lying down. Lower structures present less surface to the wind. They also require fewer materials. The arrangement around you gradually becomes tighter as loose gaps are filled. Nothing is completely sealed, and nobody expects it to be. The goal is moderation. You preserve warmth rather than conquer winter. That distinction runs quietly through everything happening tonight. The Comanche reputation for physical endurance can easily tempt later storytellers into exaggeration, yet real expertise often appears in decisions that reduce the need for heroic endurance. Why suffer unnecessarily? You move behind the completed windbreak and pull your clothing closer around your shoulders. The air near your body seems calmer now. Your fingers remain cold, but they no longer feel assaulted by every gust. The shelter has done its first job. Still, darkness brings another problem. Without additional warmth, the hours before dawn may become increasingly difficult. Somewhere nearby, dry branches have been collected and ranged carefully. You hear wood being placed against wood. Then comes a faint scraping sound. The smell of old smoke still clings to the hides around you, but soon fresh smoke may join it. Whether the fire will be large, small, hidden, or avoided entirely depends upon circumstances. Tonight, the decision has apparently been made. A tiny orange glow appears between someone's hands. It flickers once. Then again, against the enormous winter darkness, that fragile point of light seems almost absurdly small. Yet if managed wisely, even a modest fire can transform the cold ground around it. The challenge is keeping that warmth alive without wasting precious fuel or announcing your presence across the plains. You lean closer as the first dry fibers begin to catch. The windbreak trembles behind you, and slowly, carefully, the night begins to glow. The tiny orange glow strengthens as dry fibers curl inward, darken, and finally produce a steady flame. You watch it climb carefully into a handful of brittle grass and small twigs, illuminating fingers that move with practiced patience. Nobody piles large branches onto it immediately, because a useful winter fire begins with control rather than enthusiasm. The first warmth barely reaches you. Still, its presence changes the atmosphere. A thin ribbon of smoke rises before the weakened wind catches it and carries it toward the open side of your shelter. This smell is dry and woody, mixed with leather, horsehair, cold earth, and the older smoke embedded deeply in nearby hides. You lean slightly closer. Your face notices the heat long before your back does. This uneven warmth will become familiar during the night, encouraging occasional turns toward the flames. The fire grows slowly. Small pieces of wood are added only after the first fuel burns steadily. Larger branches would smother a weak flame if placed carelessly, particularly when materials contain moisture. Fuel availability varies dramatically across Comanche country. On wooded river bottoms, dead branches and fallen timber might be reasonably accessible. Across open grasslands, however, travelers could find themselves far from generous supplies of firewood. That scarcity shapes behavior. You cannot burn enormous logs throughout the night when enormous logs do not exist nearby. A traveling party also has little reason to waste energy carrying unnecessary wood cross-country. Instead, people use what the landscape offers. Dry brush can burn quickly. Small dead branches provide stronger coals. In treeless regions, dried animal dung could also serve as fuel for plains travelers when suitable wood was scarce. To someone raised around forests, the idea might sound rather unromantic. The fire does not care. Dry fuel is dry fuel. Buffalo once existed across the plains in immense numbers, leaving behind material that could become useful after drying thoroughly. Indigenous peoples and later travelers alike recognized its practical value in environments where timber was limited. It could burn with surprisingly useful heat. You imagine explaining this fuel choice to someone expecting a heroic wilderness scene filled with magnificent logs. The plains quietly reject the expectation. Practicality wins again, tonight. However, enough brush and deadwood have been collected near the drainage to maintain a modest fire. The flames remain low, partly because conserving fuel makes sense. There may also be reasons for avoiding brightness. A large campfire becomes visible from far away across open country, especially beneath a dark winter sky. Comanche warriors traveling through contested territory could not always treat nighttime fire as harmless comfort. Security changes the calculation. Historical accounts indicate that war parties sometimes traveled with great caution, using terrain and darkness to conceal movement. The precise rules governing fires varied with circumstances, and no universal practice can be assumed. Sometimes warmth would matter more, sometimes concealment would. Researchers still disagree about how frequently small Comanche war parties risked visible fires during particular kinds of expeditions. Surviving accounts usually describe specific encounters rather than providing consistent nightly records. You therefore treat tonight as one plausible situation among many. The party has chosen fire. That choice immediately creates work. Flames require attention, especially when fuel is limited. Someone must keep enough material nearby that the fire can be maintained without repeated trips into darkness. You hear branches snapping softly. A companion breaks longer pieces into manageable sections while another pushes glowing material inward. Sparks rise briefly, then vanish before reaching the stars. The heat strengthens. You extend your hands toward it. Your palms become warm while the backs of your hands remain cold, so you turn them slowly. The sensation is almost luxurious after the exposed wind. Almost. Your feet disagree. The earth beneath you continues drawing warmth downward, reminding you that fire alone cannot solve every problem. Later, bedding and insulation will become just as important. For now you study the flames. Their light reaches only a short distance before darkness absorbs everything beyond. Horses appear intermittently at the edge of that circle as large moving shapes. One raises its head. Its eyes briefly reflect the firelight before it returns to grazing. The sound of tearing grass seems strangely loud. You hear chewing, leather creaking, small hoof movements, and the constant faint whisper of wind crossing the ridge above. Occasionally the fire cracks sharply enough to interrupt everything. Then quiet returns. Fire provides more than direct warmth. It can help dry slightly damp materials, heat food, provide light, and create psychologically comforting boundaries within darkness. In larger camps, it also supports ordinary social life. Yet every benefit comes with management. Too much smoke becomes unpleasant. Too many sparks threaten hides or clothing. Poorly positioned flames can waste heat into open air. A small fire placed intelligently may therefore outperform a larger one placed carelessly. You notice how the windbreak helps, because moving air has already been reduced. The fire does not struggle constantly against strong gusts. Its warmth lingers more effectively around the resting area. The shelter and flame cooperate. This is the larger pattern emerging tonight. No single technique keeps you comfortable. Terrain reduces exposure. A windbreak reduces airflow further. Fire adds heat. Clothing and robes preserve body warmth. Bedding will eventually reduce heat loss into the earth. Each small advantage supports another. You shift closer, but not too close. The front of your clothing warms quickly, and the smell of smoke becomes stronger. Tiny particles drift upward, occasionally making your eyes water. There is nothing romantic about smoke in your face. You move several inches sideways. Instant improvement. Experienced campers everywhere eventually become skilled at this little negotiation with smoke, although the wind seems equally skilled at changing direction just when you become comfortable. A gentle gust turns the smoke toward you again. You suppress the urge to take it personally. The Comanche relationship with fire extended far beyond simple winter camping. Of course, fire belonged to domestic work, cooking, warmth, craft activities, signaling in certain contexts, and ceremonial life. Tonight its purpose remains humble. You need enough heat to help endure darkness. The flames settle lower as the smallest branches collapse into glowing red coals. These coals are important because steady radiant heat can continue after dramatic flames disappear. Someone nudges them together. A few fresh pieces are placed across the glowing center. Within moments, their edges begin blackening. You feel heat against your cheeks. Behind you, the hide barrier remains cold enough that touching it produces an entirely different sensation. One side of your little world is winter. The other side glows orange. Between them, you sit comfortably enough to appreciate how carefully the campsite was selected on the exposed crest. Much of this warmth would have disappeared into moving air. Here, the ridge helps hold calmness. A quirky observation from historical frontier accounts concerns how travelers sometimes slept remarkably close to small fires, turning themselves periodically as one side became cold. The practice was practical but hardly perfect. Too close brings sparks. Too far brings shivering. The ideal distance changes as the fire weakens. You can imagine the sleepy irritation of adjusting yourself repeatedly throughout the night. Ancient survival knowledge did not eliminate ordinary inconvenience. It simply made inconvenience manageable. Someone places another dry branch onto the coals. A soft flame rises. The orange light reveals frost along the surrounding grass, creating a striking boundary between warmth and cold. Near the fire, crystals melt into dark droplets. A few feet farther away, everything remains silver. You breathe deeply. Cold air enters your nose with a sharp dryness, followed by the smoky warmth of the campsite. Your exhalation becomes visible whenever you turn away from the firelight. Night has settled completely now. The temperature may continue falling for hours, particularly beneath a clear sky. The period before sunrise can become especially difficult because the ground has been losing stored daytime heat throughout the darkness. That means fuel must last. Nobody feeds the fire carelessly. A handful of branches that would create impressive flames now might leave nothing useful later. Conserving resources requires thinking several hours ahead. You begin seeing the fire differently. It is not a bonfire. It is a reserve of warmth being released gradually. The same principle will soon apply to your own body. Your metabolism creates heat, but that heat must be protected from wind, moisture, and cold ground. Heavy robes can slow its escape far more efficiently than simply sitting beside flames until exhaustion wins. The fire is support, your clothing is defense, and somewhere nearby lies perhaps the most valuable winter covering available across much of the historical plains world. A buffalo robe. You see one unfolded near the fire, thick and heavy, its fur catching orange light along every uneven surface. It looks simple until you imagine the animal, labor, preparation, and knowledge contained within it. Soon that robe will become your portable wall against winter. The flames sink gently toward the coals. You move closer to the waiting hide, already feeling how much colder the air becomes beyond the fire's narrow circle. You reach toward the buffalo robe and feel dense fur slide beneath your fingers, softer in places and coarser in others. The hide beneath it feels substantial, carrying a weight that immediately distinguishes it from lighter clothing. When you draw part of the robe across your legs, the improvement is not dramatic at first. Then warmth begins gathering. That is the real trick. The robe does not produce heat like the small fire beside you. Instead, its thick hair traps pockets of air and slows the movement of warmth away from your body. Your own body becomes the furnace. The buffalo provides the insulation. Across the historical Great Plains, buffalo supplied indigenous communities with an extraordinary range of useful materials. Meat provided food, hides became coverings and lodge materials, sinew served practical purposes, and bones could become tools. Very little needed to be wasted. For the Comanche, buffalo hunting became closely connected with mounted life after horses spread across the southern plains. Skilled riders could move with herds across enormous distances and bring valuable animals back toward their communities. A winter robe represented substantial work. The animal first had to be taken, then the hide removed, cleaned, prepared, softened, and maintained. Hide processing demanded knowledge and considerable labor, much of it traditionally performed by women. That household labor deserves attention. Popular images often show the mounted warrior and quietly remove everyone responsible for producing the objects keeping him alive. Yet a warrior traveling in winter carried the results of work performed throughout the community. The robe around you contains that story. You pull it higher. Its fur brushes your wrists, and a faint smell rises as the material warms. You notice smoke, animal hide, dry earth, and something difficult to separate from the general scent of camp. It feels wonderfully heavy. Not everyone prefers weight while sleeping, but tonight it seems reassuring. The pressure holds the covering close while reducing gaps where cold air can enter. You tuck one edge inward. Immediately, you understand why openings matter. A robe can be extremely warm while still allowing heat to escape whenever cold air moves underneath it. Wrapping technique therefore becomes part of its effectiveness. Your feet need particular attention. They sit farthest from the warm center of your body and can become uncomfortable quickly when exposed. You draw the lower portion around them while leaving enough space to shift position. The result resembles a portable cocoon, very fashionable. The horses appear unconcerned. Winter buffalo hides could be especially valuable because the animals developed dense seasonal coats. Historical buffalo robes became important trade goods partly because of their warmth and durability. Not every hide was identical. Season, age, preparation, condition, and intended use affected the final product. A poorly maintained covering could not perform like a carefully prepared one. Moisture remained especially troublesome. You remember the frost melting against your fingers earlier. That tiny amount of water was merely annoying. But a thoroughly damp robe would create a far greater problem. Wet material feels colder. It can also become heavy and difficult to dry during freezing conditions. Experienced travelers therefore had strong reasons to protect bedding and clothing from unnecessary moisture. Snow could sometimes be brushed away while still dry rather than allowed to melt deeply into fur. You imagine waking beneath fresh powder. The temptation might be to shake everything violently and complain at the sky. A calmer traveller deals with the snow before body warmth turns it into water. The sky rarely apologizes. You shift closer to the fire and allow the robe to warm gradually. Orange light moves across the individual hairs, making them appear almost bronze. A spark rises. You instinctively pull the robe slightly farther from the flames. Warmth has boundaries. Buffalo robes could resist hard use, but they were not magically immune to fire. A careless spark could damage valuable material that required enormous effort to replace. You begin appreciating the delicate balance of sleeping near flames. Closer means warmer. Closer also means smoke and sparks. Farther means safety for the robe, but greater dependence upon insulation. The windbreak behind you helps reduce this conflict by allowing the small fire to provide useful warmth without constantly being blown sideways. Someone adjusts the coals. A reddish glow spreads beneath blackened wood, followed by a small tongue of flame. The sound is barely louder than a whisper. You settle lower. The robe now feels noticeably warmer around your legs. Trapped air has had time to heat, and your body is no longer fighting constant movement of cold air against exposed clothing. This principle seems simple because it is. Simple does not mean unimportant. The difference between surviving cold comfortably and merely enduring it often comes from ordinary techniques performed correctly. Historians still debate many specific details about how Comanche warriors arranged robes during different types of winter expeditions. Written observers rarely documented sleeping positions with the precision a modern reconstruction might desire. Some descriptions come from neighboring peoples. Others come from soldiers, traders, captives, travelers, or later recollections, each carrying limitations. Practices also changed over generations as trade introduced new textiles and manufactured blankets. You therefore avoid freezing one moment into an eternal tradition. 18th century was not the 19th century. A wealthy traveller was not equipped exactly like a poorer one. A family camp differed from a fast-moving war party. Still, the importance of hide coverings in Plains winter life remains well established. You run your fingers through the fur again. The hairs create countless small spaces where air can remain relatively still. That trapped air helps reduce heat transfer. Much as modern insulated clothing relies upon loft, there is something pleasingly efficient about it. No battery required. No switch required. Only dryness, thickness, and careful use. The robe may also become part of your bedding rather than simply covering your body. If enough material is available, one layer beneath you can help reduce direct contact with cold ground. That question will become increasingly important. For now, you're discovering the upper half of the problem. You lean back against your sheltered position and pull the robe around your shoulders. Only your face remains exposed to the night. Cold touches your nose immediately. Your cheeks feel cooler than everything beneath the fur, creating an almost comical division between two climates separated by a few inches. You breathe into the robe briefly. Warm air collects near your mouth, but so does moisture. That creates another compromise. Covering the face can feel pleasant for a moment, yet repeated breathing into insulation introduces dampness. Experienced cold weather sleepers often learn to balance facial protection with ventilation. Historical sources do not tell us precisely how every Comanche traveller handled this small problem. Human physiology supplies part of the answer. Your breath remains warm and wet regardless of century. You turn your face toward the open air and watch a pale cloud form with every exhalation. Firelight briefly catches each cloud before it disappears. The night has become very still, without strong wind inside your sheltered area. Tiny sounds gain clarity. You hear fur rubbing against leather when someone shifts nearby. A horse chews steadily. Farther away comes a brief call from an unseen animal, followed by silence. You listen rather than speak. Nighttime awareness matters for travelers, particularly when sleeping away from a larger camp. Heavy coverings provide warmth, but they can also reduce your ability to react quickly if wrapped carelessly. A warrior might therefore value a sleeping arrangement that could be abandoned quickly. That's another reason portable simplicity has advantages. No complicated bedroom surrounds you. Your possessions remain close. Your horse remains nearby. Weapons and necessary equipment can be kept accessible without turning the sleeping place into a theatrical fortress. Security and comfort remain partners in negotiation. One peculiar historical detail about buffalo robes is that decorated examples could carry painted imagery or records. Although decorative traditions varied considerably among peoples and periods, a robe could therefore be more than insulation. It might also hold meaning. The particular covering around you tonight is practical and dark, its visible surface shaped mainly by wear. Small irregularities remind you that this is animal material rather than manufactured fabric. You feel them beneath your hand. The texture makes the past physical. Yet even this magnificent robe cannot protect the part of your body pressed against the earth. The warmth gathering above you contrasts increasingly with the cold seeping upward from below. Your hip notices first, then your shoulder. You shift position, seeking thicker grass. The improvement lasts only briefly. Fire and fur have solved two sides of the winter problem, but the ground remains patient beneath you. It holds an enormous reservoir of cold compared with your small human body. You cannot warm the plains. You can only separate yourself from them. Before sleep becomes possible, another layer of protection must therefore be considered. Grass, hides, clothing, and whatever bedding can be spared will soon determine whether your warmth remains around you or slowly disappears downward. You pull the buffalo robe tighter. Above, the stars remain sharp and motionless. Below, the frozen earth waits. Before dealing with the cold beneath you, there is another layer of protection already resting directly against your body. Clothing may seem less dramatic than buffalo robes or glowing fires, yet it works continuously while every other part of the campsite changes. You feel that importance now as you loosen the robe briefly, and the night air reaches your shoulders. Cold finds openings quickly. Your clothing must therefore work as a system rather than as a single impressive garment. Across the Comanche world, clothing varied with season, age, gender, available materials, trade connections, personal status, and changing historical circumstances. There was no frozen costume preserved across centuries. Earlier garments relied heavily upon animal hides, especially deer and other locally available materials. Men commonly wore leggings, breechcloths, moccasins, and hide shirts or other coverings depending upon conditions and period. Cold weather demanded additional protection. Heavy robes could be wrapped over these layers, while fur and thicker hide materials provided further insulation when available. Later trade introduced wool blankets, cloth, and manufactured items that gradually expanded winter options. Tonight, you imagine an earlier travelling world where hide remains especially important. You move your leg and feel leather flecks around it. Properly prepared hide can be surprisingly comfortable, particularly after repeated wear softens the material. It protects skin from wind, vegetation, saddle friction, and ordinary abrasions encountered during travel. Its usefulness extends beyond warmth. Mounted movement places its own demands upon clothing. You spend hours around horses, tack, brush, dust, and uneven ground. Garments that snag constantly or restrict movement would become irritating very quickly. Practical clothing needs flexibility. The leggings around your legs help provide that protection without requiring the enormous bulk of the robe. When you stand, they move with you rather than hanging loosely around the ankles. Your moccasins deserve equal attention. Feet are difficult to ignore once they become cold. The footwear feels flexible against the ground, allowing you to sense uneven surfaces more clearly than thick modern boots would permit. That sensitivity can be useful, though it provides less separation from frozen earth. Additional insulation may therefore become necessary. Depending upon available materials and circumstances, dry grass, fur, extra hide, or other soft material could help protect feet against cold. The central principle remains familiar across many cold weather cultures. Trap dry air. Keep circulation reasonable. Avoid unnecessary moisture. Your toes currently feel cool but functional. That is acceptable. A peculiar problem begins when people assume tighter always means warmer. Clothing wrapped too tightly can compress insulating material and potentially restrict comfortable circulation. Warmth depends partly upon loft. You adjust the material around your lower leg and discover that a little space feels better than excessive pressure. The difference is small but noticeable. Your hands present another challenge. They must remain capable of performing tasks even when the air hurts exposed fingers. Preparing bedding, managing tack, gathering fuel, and handling equipment all require dexterity. Thick coverings can interfere with that. Bare hands lose heat quickly. Once again, winter refuses to offer perfect solutions. You flex your fingers near the fire until stiffness eases. Orange light reveals dry lines across your skin and a faint trace of dust around the nails. The smell of smoke has grown stronger. It settles into everything. Hair absorbs it. Hide absorbs it. Even your hands carry it after handling warm objects near the coals. That scent may remain long after the fire itself disappears. One mainstream fact about Comanche life becomes especially important here. Their culture changed significantly through interaction. Migration, trade, warfare, and the adoption of horses. Clothing changed as well. By the 19th century, Comanche people had access to growing quantities of commercial textiles and manufactured goods through trade networks extending in several directions. Wool blankets became particularly useful in cold weather. Metal tools also influenced clothing production. Glass beads, cloth, and other trade materials altered appearance and decoration. Yet older hideworking knowledge did not simply vanish when new materials arrived. People combined useful things. History is usually messier than replacement. You might wear hide leggings beneath a traded blanket, for example, rather than choosing between an entirely ancient or entirely imported wardrobe. That flexibility fits the broader pattern of Comanche adaptation. You use what works. The fire shifts as a branch collapses inward. Sparks rise and vanish almost immediately. You turn slightly away. The front of your clothing feels warm while the back remains cooler. The buffalo robe helps smooth that difference when wrapped around you. Without it, the contrast becomes obvious. You begin thinking about sweat. It sounds strange during a freezing night, but moisture from the body can become dangerous when activity suddenly stops. A traveller who works hard while heavily covered may become damp inside clothing. Later, that moisture cools. The result can be miserable. Comanche warriors travelling horseback might alternate between periods of physical exertion and long stretches of relative stillness. Adjusting layers would therefore make practical sense whenever conditions allowed. Direct documentation of every such adjustment is scarce. Historians still differ over how confidently specific cold weather clothing arrangements can be assigned to particular Comanche bands and decades. Outsider descriptions often use broad labels and may overlook differences that community members considered obvious. Paintings introduce another complication. Artists sometimes emphasize recognizable clothing rather than ordinary winter practicality. Museum objects can also represent ceremonial or decorated garments, more often than heavily worn everyday pieces, so your reconstruction remains cautious. You focus on function. A shirt protects the torso. Leggings shield the legs. Moccasins protect the feet. Additional hide or fur increases insulation. A robe creates the heavy outer barrier that transforms all those smaller layers into a warmer system. No single item performs every task. You lift one edge of your outer covering and check the clothing beneath. Everything remains reasonably dry. That is good news. The air itself feels dry enough to sting your nose. Cold weather often produces a strange combination of frozen surroundings and persistent thirst, because moisture continues leaving your body through breathing. You notice your lips tightening. A little water would be welcome. Yet drinking icy water shortly before settling down can feel distinctly unappealing. Warm liquids would be more pleasant when available, though circumstances and vessels determine what is practical. Food and drink will matter later. For now, clothing remains the subject occupying your attention because the temperature has dropped another small degree. You can feel it. The exposed portion of your face registers the change first. Your ears become uncomfortable whenever they remain uncovered too long. You adjust a covering around your head. Protecting the head and neck reduces exposed skin and improves comfort considerably. Fur or hide coverings can shield ears from wind while allowing enough movement to hear the surroundings. Hearing matters tonight. A warrior cannot simply bury himself beneath layers until the outside world disappears. You listen again. The horses remain calm. One moves several steps through the grass, followed by the gentle jingle of equipment. Another exhales loudly enough to sound almost impatient. No alarm follows. You relax slightly. A quirky detail of plains clothing is how decorative beauty and practical function could exist together. Fringes, painted surfaces, beadwork in later periods, and carefully prepared hides might carry identity and aesthetic meaning while still serving ordinary physical purposes. Useful did not have to mean plain. However, travelling clothing could become stained, smoked, dusty, repaired, and softened through use. Your imagined garments tonight are working clothes. They smell like the journey. Leather carries traces of horse and earth. Smoke settles across the outer surfaces, while your own body warmth creates a different atmosphere beneath the robe. You become aware of layers of temperature. Your face is cold. Your chest is comfortable. Your legs are warmer than before. Your feet remain uncertain. That last problem directs your attention downward once again. You shift your weight and immediately feel cold pressing through the material beneath you. Clothing can slow heat loss, but compressed layers under your body provide less insulation than fluffy material above. Your weight squeezes trapped air outward. The ground waits underneath. This explains why bedding deserves separate attention from clothing. A magnificent robe wrapped above you cannot completely compensate for poor insulation below. You rise carefully. Cold air enters the space you have warmed, producing an immediate shiver along your back. You resist the temptation to complain because everyone else appears occupied with practical tasks. Dry grass has already been gathered nearby. Some lies in loose bundles. Other material is being arranged across the chosen sleeping area, creating a thicker barrier between bodies and earth. You crouch and touch it. The upper grass feels dry and slightly springy, while the soil beneath remains hard and deeply cold. The difference is promising. Soon, the clothing against your skin and the robe around your shoulders will become only part of a larger insulated pocket. The earth itself must be kept at a distance. You gather another armful of dry grass. It scratches lightly against your sleeves and releases a faint dusty scent. Behind you, the fire settles into red coals. Above you, frost continues spreading, and beneath your feet lies the next quiet enemy of the winter night, colder and more persistent than the wind. You carry the dry grass toward the resting place and lower it carefully onto the hardened earth. The bundle looks unimpressive beside the heavy buffalo robe, yet tonight it may perform one of the most important jobs in camp. The ground beneath you has been cooling for hours, and direct contact with it steadily pulls warmth from your body. You learned that lesson earlier through your hip and shoulder. Now you can do something about it. You spread the grass across the chosen area, creating a loose mattress several inches above the soil. Individual stems bend beneath your hands and produce a soft, papery crackle. The smell is warm and earthy despite the cold. You add another handful. Thickness matters because compressed material loses much of the trapped air that makes it insulating. Your body weight will flatten the grass considerably once you lie down. A generous layer is therefore useful. This is not a mattress in the modern sense. There are no springs hiding underneath. There is certainly no pillow menu, yet the principle behind the bedding would be recognizable to any experienced winter traveler. You need something dry between your warm body and the cold surface below. Conduction works quietly. When your body touches something colder, heat naturally moves toward that colder material. Frozen or near-frozen ground can absorb an uncomfortable amount of warmth during a long night. Fire does little to solve this from a distance. You could roast your face while your back remains miserable. That is why insulation beneath you deserves as much attention as insulation above. A thick robe compressed directly against bare ground provides some protection, but adding dry vegetation creates another valuable barrier. Across the plains, available bedding materials varied by environment. Dry grass was abundant in many places. Elsewhere, brush, reeds, leaves, hides, blankets, or combinations of materials could help create separation from the earth. Travelers naturally worked with whatever was available nearby. The Comanche ranged across a huge territory. A campsite near wooded river country offered materials different from those found on open shortgrass plains. Seasonal conditions changed those options again. Snow complicates everything. Vegetation buried beneath snow may be difficult to gather dry, while exposed surfaces can become damp after melting begins. A traveller arriving before heavy snowfall therefore possesses an obvious advantage. Preparation begins before discomfort. You finish spreading the first layer and press it gently with your palm. The surface gives beneath you, then rises slightly when pressure is removed. That springiness is encouraging. A hide can now be placed above the vegetation, creating a smoother surface while preventing loose stems from working into clothing. You help position one. Its underside feels cold initially. After several minutes near bodies and fire, however, the temperature will begin changing. The important point is that the hide no longer rests directly upon frozen soil. The grass takes that punishment instead. You sit carefully. This time, cold does not immediately press through your clothing. The difference feels almost luxurious. You shift your weight onto one elbow and wait. Still tolerable. Your shoulder seems grateful. The little sleeping platform is hardly impressive to look at. But winter comfort often depends upon invisible improvements rather than dramatic structures. One historical reality becomes especially clear here. Comanche people developed their lifeways within environments where mobility demanded efficient use of portable goods and local resources. You cannot carry an entire household everywhere. You carry versatile objects and supplement them with what the landscape provides. A robe becomes clothing and bedding. Grass becomes insulation. Terrain becomes a wall. A horse becomes transportation and a means of carrying essential possessions. Each resource performs several jobs. There is an elegant economy in that system. It is also easy to romanticize. Gathering bedding when tired, cold, and hungry is still work. Your fingers become stiff while arranging the last handfuls. Grass scratches your wrists. Dust enters your nose. You sneeze once, which seems extraordinarily loud beneath the quiet sky. One of the horses lifts its head. Apparently, your sneeze has become tonight's major security incident. The animal returns to grazing. You smile and continue. Accounts from the wider plains world sometimes mention sleepers arranging themselves around fires with robes and bedding, taking advantage of radiant warmth while avoiding smoke and sparks. The exact Comanche arrangements differed according to circumstances. Large camps offered more established sleeping spaces. Traveling groups improvised more readily. Scholars remain uncertain about how consistently specific bedding combinations were used by Comanche war parties during severe winter travel. Written observers often cared more about horses, weapons, raids, diplomacy, and warfare than the thickness of someone's grass mattress. History has peculiar priorities. The ordinary details disappear first. Archaeology cannot easily rescue them because grass bedding decays quickly. A temporary campsite occupied for one night may leave only faint traces, especially after generations of weather and disturbance. So reconstruction requires restraint. What survives tells part of the story. Environmental logic fills another part. But it should never be mistaken for a perfectly documented nightly routine. You lie down again. The buffalo robe comes over you slowly, trapping the warmth already held by your clothing. Beneath you, the hide and dry grass prevent immediate contact with the earth. For the first time tonight, you feel genuinely sheltered. Not warm like a heated room. Warm enough. That distinction is important. Your body does not need tropical comfort to sleep. It needs to maintain a safe internal temperature while avoiding excessive heat loss. The bedding contributes quietly. You can test its value by moving one hand beyond the prepared area. Your palm touches the exposed ground beside the grass. The cold feels immediate and hard. You withdraw your hand. Message received. Nearby, another sleeper adds dry vegetation beneath a thinner section of bedding. The movement creates a faint rustling sound. Nobody seems embarrassed by careful preparation. Toughness does not require sleeping badly. That misconception appears frequently in later romantic stories about frontier life. People accustomed to harsh environments are sometimes portrayed as nearly immune to weather. Human bodies remain human. Cold still hurts. Fingers still become numb. Sleep still becomes difficult when the ground steals warmth. Expertise means understanding those limits and working around them. You roll onto your side. The grass compresses beneath your hip. But enough thickness remains to keep the worst cold away. You pull your knees slightly inward, reducing the amount of surface area exposed beneath the robe. A more compact posture feels naturally warmer. Your breath emerges in slow clouds. The fire has settled lower now, producing more glowing coals than visible flame. Their reddish light illuminates the nearest grass without overwhelming the darkness. You smell smoke again. Its scent has become almost comforting. The air above you remains crisp and extraordinarily clear. Stars appear between occasional threads of smoke drifting from the coals. You listen to the wind crossing the ridge. It sounds stronger than it feels. That is satisfying. The campsite has transformed the environment without changing the weather itself. Wind still moves across the plains, frost still forms, and the ground remains cold. You have simply placed barriers between yourself and those forces. A quirky trick known across many outdoor traditions involves checking bedding by feeling for cold spots after lying down. Your body quickly reveals where insulation has compressed too much. You discover one beneath your ankle. The cold seems to rise through a small gap. You sit up reluctantly, push additional grass underneath, then settle back again. Problem solved. Tiny corrections matter. This same attention will continue through the night because sleeping outdoors is rarely a completely passive activity. Fires weaken, wind shifts, coverings loosen, horses move, and bodies change position. Rest comes in layers too. You begin noticing how sound changes when your ear approaches the bedding. Grass produces tiny crackles whenever you breathe deeply or move your shoulder. The hide rubs softly against clothing. Beyond that miniature world, the horses continue their quiet nighttime routine. A hoof strikes frozen soil, another horse exhales. The fire gives one sharp pop. Then the immense plains return to near silence. You might imagine that such quiet produces perfect sleep. But darkness in dangerous country requires awareness. A warrior travelling with companions cannot simply disappear into unconsciousness without considering what surrounds the camp. Someone may remain more alert. Responsibilities may be shared. Horses themselves can become valuable indicators when something unfamiliar approaches. Those concerns wait for later. For now, you concentrate on the earth beneath you. The cold is still there. You know it because your exposed hand can feel it only inches away. Yet beneath your torso, several ordinary materials have created a small protected climate. Grass traps air. Hide stabilizes the surface. Clothing preserves warmth. The buffalo robe covers everything. Fire contributes gentle radiant heat from nearby. None of these defenses is spectacular alone. Together, they work. You close your eyes briefly. Behind your eyelids, the orange glow of the coals remains faintly visible. Your breathing slows, and the tension in your shoulders begins to ease. Sleep seems possible now. Then one of the horses suddenly stops chewing. Its head rises in the darkness. Another horse responds. You open your eyes. The animals stand listening towards something beyond the firelight, and every quiet sleeper nearby becomes slightly more attentive. The warmth beneath you remains comforting, but the night has just reminded you that bedding is only one part of survival. The first horse remains perfectly still, its head raised toward the darkness beyond the sheltered slope. For several moments, you hear nothing unusual, only the faint hiss of wind passing through frozen grass. Then another horse lifts its muzzle, turns its ears forward, and quietly tests the air. Nobody rushes toward it. You listen first. That restraint matters because horses notice countless things that humans overlook, and most of them do not announce approaching danger. A distant animal, unfamiliar scent, shifting branch, or movement through grass can attract their attention. The herd gradually relaxes. One horse lowers its head, another resumes chewing with slow, deliberate movements, and the tension around the sleeping place softens almost as quickly as it appeared. Whatever disturbed them has passed. You settle back beneath the buffalo robe, but now the animals seem more noticeable than before. Their presence has shaped nearly every decision made since the party stopped travelling. They influenced the choice of ground. They needed grazing. They needed access to water when available. They needed protection from weather, theft, injury, and wandering. Your winter bedroom has four-legged neighbours. For Comanche life after the widespread adoption of horses, those neighbours became enormously important. Horses transformed transportation, buffalo hunting, warfare, trade, wealth, diplomacy, and the ability to move across immense distances. The Comanche became exceptional mounted specialists by the 18th century. Their horse culture had helped them establish extraordinary influence across the southern plains. European and American observers repeatedly commented on Comanche riding ability. Children learned around horses from an early age. Adults developed remarkable skill controlling animals during hunting and warfare. Horses were not merely equipment added onto an older way of life. They reshaped that life. You can sense the transformation even while lying still. Without horses, everything carried into this winter camp would have depended much more heavily upon human strength or dogs. With horses, travellers can move farther and carry additional equipment. Yet horses also create responsibilities. An animal must eat. It must drink. It can become injured. It can disappear during the night if poorly secured. It can also be stolen. That last possibility matters greatly during warfare. Horse raiding became an important feature of conflict and economic life across the plains. Capturing animals could increase wealth and mobility, while simultaneously weakening rivals. Your sleeping horse herd is therefore valuable enough to require attention. A buffalo robe can be replaced with difficulty. A good horse may be even harder to replace. You turn your head toward the nearest animal. Moonlight outlines its back and neck. Frost has gathered lightly on nearby grass, but the horse's body remains warm beneath its winter coat. You remember touching one earlier. The contrast between living warmth and frozen air was striking. Horses tolerate cold partly through their own physiological adaptations, including seasonal coats that trap insulating air. They can withstand conditions that would leave an inadequately clothed human miserable. That does not make them invulnerable. Wind, wetness, exhaustion, poor nutrition, and severe temperatures can still create problems. The animals therefore need suitable conditions just as you do. A protected campsite benefits both. You hear one shifting its weight. The hoof presses into hardened earth with a dull crunch. Another animal exhales forcefully, sending a pale cloud through the moonlight. Their breathing creates a slow rhythm. It becomes almost hypnotic. You might be tempted to imagine warriors sleeping directly against horses for warmth every freezing night. It creates a charming picture. But the historical reality was more complicated. Horses move unpredictably. They step, roll, kick, graze, and interact with one another. Sleeping beneath their feet would be a remarkably poor survival strategy. Keeping them nearby is different. Their sounds can provide reassurance, and unusual behavior may alert resting people to activity beyond the campsite. Experienced horse people become familiar with the normal nighttime noises. That familiarity creates a kind of background awareness. A horse casually grazing sounds ordinary. Several animals becoming suddenly alert deserves attention. The distinction matters. Historians continue debating many details of Comanche horse management during small winter expeditions. Written sources often describe captured herds, mounted battles, trade, breeding, and spectacular riding while offering fewer details about ordinary nighttime arrangements. Practices also varied with herd size. A handful of mounts can be managed differently from dozens or hundreds of animals. Terrain changes the problem again. In some circumstances, horses might be tethered or otherwise controlled near camp. In others, they could graze under supervision or be managed using methods suited to local conditions. There was no single arrangement for every night. Tonight, the animals remain close enough to hear clearly. That seems appropriate for a small travelling party in uncertain country. One companion rises from the fire. His movement is quiet. He walks toward the horses and checks them without creating unnecessary disturbance. A few animals lift their heads, recognize familiar movement, then return to grazing. The interaction appears effortless. Thaddeus hides years of experience. Comanche horsemanship impressed outsiders partly because riders seemed capable of extraordinary physical control. Yet spectacular riding rested upon much quieter daily knowledge. People needed to understand animal behavior. They needed to recognize fatigue. They needed to select mounts. They needed to manage grazing and movement. They needed to know when something was wrong. The famous charge across open plains represents only the loudest moment in a much longer relationship. Tonight you witness the quiet part. The fire is deliberately kept low. Its glow touches the nearest horse but leaves most animals in darkness. You hear them more often than you see them. That may be useful. Bright flames could interfere with night vision while also revealing the campsite. A modest fire preserves warmth without turning the slope into a beacon. The horses themselves generate sounds that travel outward. This creates another reason for selecting a protected position away from unnecessarily exposed ground. A large group of animals cannot be made completely silent. They sneeze, they stamp, they chew. Occasionally, they seem determined to rearrange the entire night for reasons known only to horses. One does exactly that now. It walks several steps, stops, walks back, then stands almost where it began. A masterpiece of decision-making. You remain beneath the robe. The small episode provides a surprisingly comforting distraction from the cold. There is also a quirky historical detail associated with Comanche wealth. A successful household or influential individual could possess substantial numbers of horses, and ownership carried economic and social significance. Not all animals were equal. Certain horses were valued for speed, endurance, temperament, hunting ability, or usefulness in conflict. A particularly trusted mount could matter enormously to its rider. That relationship might shape nighttime decisions. A valuable horse needed to remain accessible. If danger appeared suddenly, fumbling through darkness to locate your best mount would waste precious time. Equipment therefore stays organized. You glance toward where tack and necessary possessions have been placed. Nothing is scattered casually across the slope. Mobility continues even while resting. The camp looks temporary because it is. At dawn, much of it can disappear quickly. Grass bedding may remain behind, but robes, equipment, and horses can be gathered without dismantling heavy structures. That speed becomes valuable on long journeys. You pull the robe tighter around your shoulders. The night air has grown colder again. Frost now shines across larger areas of grass, especially beyond the warmth of the fire. Each step taken by a horse produces a faint crunch where crystals have thickened. The smell of animals becomes stronger whenever the wind shifts. Horsehair has a warm, earthy scent, mixed with leather and smoke. It gives the campsite an atmosphere unlike anything indoors. You breathe slowly. Your bedding keeps the earth at a tolerable distance, and the robe preserves the warmth generated beneath your clothing. For several minutes, nothing demands attention. Then you hear a low sound. Not from the horses, it comes from one of the men nearby, speaking quietly enough that you cannot distinguish the words. Another answers just as softly. The horses remain calm. The exchange ends. Silence returns. You begin understanding how a campsite can communicate without much speech. A moving animal, a shifting sleeper, a changing wind, or an unusual distant sound can carry information. Everyone does not need to be fully awake. Someone usually notices. This becomes especially important during a war journey, when the peaceful appearance of the camp can never erase the possibility of hostile encounters. Comfort must remain compatible with departure. You cannot bury tack beneath bedding. You cannot allow every horse to wander beyond reach. You cannot construct such elaborate shelter that leaving requires half the morning. The entire camp remains poised between rest and movement. That balance is deeply Comanche in this period of mounted life. Mobility provides power. Mobility also requires discipline. The nearest horse finally lowers itself farther from the sleeping area, while another continues grazing. Their movements gradually blend with the wind. Your eyelids become heavy. The sounds no longer seem disruptive. Instead, hoof steps and breathing form part of the night's rhythm. Like the crackling coals and whispering grass, you could almost sleep. Yet tonight you're not simply traveling between peaceful camps. You are following warriors. That changes everything. The shelter must remain discreet, the fire restrained, equipment accessible, and horses ready because the journey itself may pass through dangerous country. You turn toward the fading coals. Their red light pulses beneath a blackened branch. Soon you will discover how differently people sleep when rest occurs not merely beneath winter skies, but within the uncertain geography of a war journey. The horses settle again, but the possibility of rapid movement remains quietly present around the campsite. Tack lies within easy reach. Personal equipment has not been scattered, and the small fire continues shrinking toward a controlled bed of coals. You realize that tonight's comfort has been designed around one important condition. You may need to leave quickly. A Comanche war journey was not simply an ordinary hunting trip with weapons added afterward. It could involve long-distance travel, careful observation, concealment, scouting, horse raiding, retaliation, or direct conflict. Objectives varied considerably. So did the size and organization of individual parties. Yet movement through uncertain country created a sleeping problem shared by warriors across many cultures. The human body requires rest, while the surrounding situation may reward constant vigilance. You cannot remain fully alert forever. Exhaustion eventually becomes dangerous. A tired rider makes poor decisions, reacts slowly, and becomes less effective at navigating difficult terrain. Rest, therefore, becomes part of military practicality rather than an interruption of it. You shift beneath your robe. Everything around you reflects that compromise. The windbreak offers enough protection to make sleeping possible. But nobody has constructed a large permanent shelter. The bedding is comfortable enough, yet it can be abandoned without much effort. The horses remain close. Necessary equipment remains organized. Even the fire is smaller than pure comfort might encourage. Nothing traps you here. The campsite is a pause rather than a destination. That difference changes its entire character. Comanche warfare became deeply connected with mounted mobility during the 18th and 19th centuries. Their ability to travel quickly across broad distances repeatedly frustrated enemies who struggled to predict movements. Speed alone was not enough. Knowledge of terrain mattered enormously. A party needed to understand water sources, grazing areas, river crossings, sheltered routes, and places where observers might detect movement. Sleeping locations belonged within that geographical knowledge. You would prefer protection from winter wind. But a sheltered valley used frequently by travelers might also increase the chance of an encounter. A more isolated location could provide security while offering fewer resources. Again, there is no perfect choice. You begin appreciating how many decisions happen before anyone closes their eyes. One companion moves beyond the firelight. He pauses near the upper edge of the slope, where the horizon becomes easier to observe. His silhouette remains visible for several moments before blending into darkness. He is checking the surroundings. Perhaps nothing has changed. That is the result everyone wants. You hear the fire crack once behind you. No conversation follows. War parties had practical reasons to limit unnecessary noise, particularly when moving near enemies. Sound can travel unexpectedly far across open country on still nights. The same applies to light. A bright campfire may reveal a position from a distance, while smoke can become noticeable after daylight. A group prioritizing concealment might reduce fire use or avoid it altogether. Tonight, weather has justified a modest flame. The cold makes complete avoidance costly, yet the flames are allowed to sink lower as sleepers become warmer beneath robes. Glowing coals produce less visible light while continuing to offer some heat. Your eyes adapt to the darkness. Soon, the stars seem brighter than the fire. The moon gives enough illumination to distinguish the ridge. Nearby horses, an occasional movement among companions. Everything farther away becomes uncertain. That uncertainty encourages listening. You hear grass shifting, a horse chewing, leather rubbing softly, someone breathing beneath a robe. Far beyond the camp, a faint animal call travels across the plain and disappears. None of these sounds creates alarm. You begin building a mental catalogue of ordinary noises. That knowledge matters because unusual sounds stand out only when normal ones are familiar. A horse suddenly snorting sharply means more when you have listened to its relaxed breathing for an hour. A bird calling unexpectedly can attract attention. Even silence can feel different when animals that were previously active become still. The plains offer information continuously. You only need to remain receptive. A curious feature of many warrior traditions is that popular memory tends to preserve battles while forgetting waiting. Yet waiting probably occupied far more time than combat. Travel involves waiting for daylight, waiting for scouts, waiting for weather, waiting beside horses, waiting for other people to sleep. Tonight, you encounter that quieter reality. Nothing spectacular happens. That is fortunate. You are cold, tired, and surrounded by darkness, which is already enough excitement for bedtime. You roll onto your other side. The grass bedding crackles softly beneath you. Your robe shifts, allowing a narrow ribbon of cold air to enter near your shoulder. You immediately tuck the edge inward. Warmth returns slowly. Even on a war journey, the body insists upon these mundane negotiations. Heroic reputation does not stop cold air from finding gaps. You still have toes. They still complain. Historical descriptions of Comanche warriors sometimes emphasize their capacity for long rides and severe physical hardship. Such accounts helped create an image of almost superhuman endurance. Some observations probably reflected genuine conditioning and experience. Others may contain exaggeration. Outsiders often transformed unfamiliar peoples into dramatic stereotypes, especially when describing feared opponents. The result can obscure practical strategies behind apparent toughness. Scholars continue debating how much later frontier literature exaggerated the distances, speeds, and hardships associated with particular Comanche expeditions. Documentary evidence supports remarkable mobility, but individual stories still require careful treatment. You keep that uncertainty in mind. The real achievement needs little exaggeration. Traveling long distances on horseback through changing weather already requires considerable skill. Doing so while managing horses, food, water, security, and winter exposure makes the accomplishment more impressive. No legend is necessary. A companion returns from the ridge. His steps are slow and controlled. He lowers himself near the sheltered area and speaks briefly to another man. Their voices remain too soft for you to follow. No one begins packing. That tells you enough. The night continues. You close your eyes for several breaths. The sensation is strange because your hearing immediately becomes more important. Without sight, every tiny sound appears closer. The coals make a soft ticking noise. Wind presses gently against the hide barrier. Somewhere behind you, a horse shifts. You open your eyes again. Nothing has changed. That small experiment helps you understand why sleep during uncertain travel may remain lighter than sleep inside a protected village or family camp. Deep rest is valuable. Awareness is valuable too. The two compete. A group can solve part of the problem by sharing responsibility. Everyone does not need to maintain equal alertness at every moment. Some people can rest while others remain more attentive. Later, responsibilities can change. Exact Comanche watch routines are difficult to reconstruct consistently from historical evidence. Different parties undoubtedly adapted arrangements according to danger, size, leadership, weather, and exhaustion. Still, shared vigilance is practical. You are beginning to feel why. Your eyelids grow heavier again. But the person near the upper slope remains sitting upright. His presence allows your body to relax slightly. Someone is listening. The horses are listening too. The campsite itself seems arranged to support awareness. Nothing blocks the main approaches completely, and the sheltered position reduces exposure without burying the party deep inside dense vegetation. Visibility and concealment remain balanced. There is another reason for keeping horses accessible. If scouts discover danger or opportunity, mounted warriors can depart rapidly. Comanche riding skill made this ability particularly important. A horse already nearby saves time. Tack placed intelligently saves more. You imagine waking suddenly and attempting to locate equipment scattered beneath several sleeping companions. Not ideal. Instead, order prevails. Even temporary camps have structure. A quirky detail appears in accounts of plains warfare more broadly. Warriors could sometimes travel with remarkably little baggage compared with larger civilian movements. Speed encouraged minimalism. Yet minimalism never means carrying nothing. Food, weapons, robes, tack, tools, and other essentials still matter. The challenge is choosing what deserves weight. Winter makes that calculation harder because warm materials are bulky. A buffalo robe may be heavy, but tonight its value is unquestionable. You pull yours closer and feel stored warmth surrounding your torso. The wind has strengthened slightly above the ridge. You hear it moving continuously across exposed grass while only occasional currents reach the bedding. Your earlier campsite decision keeps paying dividends. The fire is almost entirely coals now. One companion adds a small piece of fuel. It catches slowly rather than bursting into bright flame. The glow strengthens just enough to illuminate his hands. Then he withdraws. Nobody feeds the fire extravagantly. The night is being managed rather than conquered. That thought stays with you as sleep begins approaching again. A war journey sounds dramatic when condensed into a story. In reality, much of it consists of practical moments like this one. You keep warm. You protect horses. You preserve equipment. You watch the horizon. You wait. The greatest danger may never appear, but preparation cannot depend upon knowing that in advance. You breathe slowly beneath the cold sky. Your body finally begins surrendering to fatigue before you drift too far. However, you notice how quiet the campsite has become. Voices have disappeared, movements have slowed, and even the horses seem calmer. Silence itself is now part of protection. The next task is preserving it. The campsite gradually becomes so quiet that the smallest movements seem unusually important. A robe brushing against dry grass creates a soft rasp, while a shifting moccasin produces a faint crunch against frost. Even the fire appears to cooperate, settling into red coals that glow without sending tall flames into the darkness. You lower your breathing naturally. Nobody has ordered silence. It simply makes sense. On an exposed plain, noise can travel farther than expected, particularly when the air is cold and the wind weak. A raised voice might carry beyond the small circle where its speaker imagines it ending, so conversation remains restrained. The Comanche were not uniquely silent travelers. Of course, anyone moving through dangerous country has reasons to avoid advertising a campsite. For warriors, those reasons become stronger. A horse neighing cannot always be prevented, but unnecessary human noise can. Bright firelight can be reduced, reflective object covered, and movement kept within sheltered ground. Small precautions accumulate. You begin seeing the camp differently. Earlier, the windbreak seemed designed entirely for warmth. Now its location also helps keep activity below the exposed crest. Someone standing on the ridge could be outlined against the sky. Someone remaining lower is harder to notice. Terrain provides concealment as well as shelter. The fire has been placed where surrounding ground reduces its visibility from certain directions. It cannot become completely invisible, but its low flames help considerably. You watch a companion approach the coals. Instead of throwing on a large branch, he adds several smaller pieces and waits. Their edges darken slowly before producing a subdued flame. No shower of sparks follows. The light remains modest. You appreciate the restraint because the buffalo robe around your shoulders already provides most of your warmth. The fire only needs to support that insulation. This is another reason good preparation improves security. If your clothing and bedding were inadequate, you would demand a larger fire. A larger fire would require more fuel. Gathering more fuel would create additional movement. More light and movement could increase visibility. Warm clothing therefore does more than keep you comfortable. It allows the entire camp to remain quieter. You listen toward the horses. Most are still grazing or standing calmly nearby. Their occasional movements remain the loudest regular sounds around you. Horse management during a cautious journey creates unavoidable challenges. Animals communicate. They become restless. They sometimes make noise at precisely the moment humans would prefer absolute silence. You cannot explain tactical discipline to a horse. Fortunately, experienced handling can reduce unnecessary disturbance. Animals accustomed to their riders and companions may settle more easily than frightened or unfamiliar horses. Selecting a protected campsite also prevents them from being constantly agitated by strong wind. Tonight they seem relaxed. One stamps briefly. Another exhales. Then the ordinary rhythm resumes. You smell the horses whenever the breeze turns, mixed with smoke and the heavy animal scent of the robe around you. Cold intensifies some smells while seeming to erase others. The frozen grass carries almost no fragrance now. Smoke dominates everything. You notice how the coals illuminate only nearby faces and hands. Beyond several steps, people become silhouettes. Farther still, nothing remains except moonlight. This limited circle of visibility can feel unsettling to someone accustomed to artificial lighting. Your imagination naturally fills darkness with possibilities. Every shadow becomes suspicious. Every distant sound invites a story. Experienced travelers learn not to react to every stimulus. That discipline matters. A frightened group making constant checks would create more noise than the dangers they hope to detect. Attention needs patience rather than nervousness. You watch the person near the upper slope. He remains still for long periods. Occasionally his head turns. There is no restless pacing. Stillness itself becomes a skill. Historical accounts frequently admired Comanche abilities in scouting and concealment, although outsider descriptions sometimes drifted into romantic exaggeration. Effective scouting depended upon ordinary habits of observation more than mysterious powers. Tracks could be read. Dust could reveal movement. Birds and animals might indicate disturbance. Smoke could identify distant camps. At night, sound became especially useful. None of this required magic. It required practice. A quirky frontier belief sometimes credited skilled indigenous scouts with nearly supernatural senses. Such stories could express genuine admiration, but they also obscured the years of experience behind those abilities. You do not need extraordinary hearing, you need trained attention. Right now, your own hearing is improving simply because the camp has become quieter. You distinguish the sound of wind in grass from wind against hide. You recognize a grazing horse. You notice when a sleeper changes position. These sounds seemed meaningless hours earlier. Now they form a pattern. If something breaks that pattern, attention will follow. Historians still argue over how formalized silence and concealment practices were within different Comanche war parties. Sources rarely provide standardized instructions, and individual leaders probably approached risk differently. Circumstances also mattered. A party deep within familiar territory might behave differently from one approaching an enemy settlement or valuable horse herd. Weather could override secrecy. Extreme cold might force choices that milder conditions would not. Tonight represents a compromise. The fire survives. Conversation does not. You lie farther beneath the robe and feel your breath warming the small space near your chest. You keep your face outside to reduce moisture inside the fur. Cold touches your nose. The rest of you remains comfortable. You shift one knee. Grass bedding crackles beneath the hide. The sound seems enormous to you, though it probably travels only a short distance. You freeze instinctively, then realize nobody reacts. Apparently, your mattress remains tactically acceptable. The thought almost makes you laugh. You wisely keep that quiet too. Gentle sarcasm feels different when enemies might theoretically be somewhere beyond the horizon. The camp settles deeper. One person checks equipment by touch rather than bringing it toward the fire. Leather straps are arranged so they can be found quickly. Nothing important lies where someone might step on it. Organization reduces nighttime confusion. That becomes valuable if departure occurs before dawn. A traveler waking from deep sleep can be disoriented even under safe conditions. Add darkness, cold, horses, and urgency, and simple tasks become surprisingly difficult. Keeping possessions consistently arranged solves part of that problem. You know where your robe ends. You know where footwear sits. You know where tack has been placed. You know where the horses are gathered. The mind can therefore rest more easily. This may sound paradoxical. Preparation creates relaxation. Because important things are ready, you do not need to think about them constantly. The same principle appears throughout tonight's experience. A good campsite reduces worry about wind. Dry bedding reduces worry about ground cold. A carefully maintained fire reduces worry about fuel. Nearby horses reduce worry about locating them. Order creates calm. You begin to feel sleepy again. The coals pulse gently. Their light brightens whenever wind reaches them, then fades into deeper red. No one speaks for several minutes. The sky above is immense, without clouds. Every star seems sharp enough to touch. The cold has stripped moisture from the air, leaving darkness unusually clear. You wonder how many winter travelers have looked upward from similar ground. The thought arrives quietly and leaves the same way. There is no need to make it grand. You are tired. Your body wants sleep. One mainstream feature of Comanche warfare helps explain why rest mattered so much. Mounted operations could involve substantial distances, demanding sustained attention from riders and animals alike. Fatigue accumulates. A warrior who refuses sleep indefinitely becomes a liability rather than a hero. The solution is shared responsibility. Some rest while others remain more alert. The quiet camp makes that arrangement possible. You close your eyes. This time, You leave them closed longer. The sounds continue without needing your attention. Wind, coals, grass, horse breathing, a faint movement nearby. Then nothing. Your muscles begin relaxing one group at a time. Shoulders soften first, followed by your hands. Your jaw loosens. Warmth remains trapped beneath the robe. The grass beneath you feels almost soft now because your body has adjusted to its uneven surface. Sleep approaches gently, but somewhere near the edge of camp, another person remains awake. His task is not merely staying conscious. He must distinguish ordinary darkness from meaningful change while allowing everyone else to recover. Soon, the responsibility may pass to someone else. The winter night is long, and vigilance cannot belong to one exhausted person forever. You drift close to sleep as the watch continues above the sheltered slope, quiet enough that you barely notice it. You drift somewhere between waking and sleep while another person remains attentive near the edge of the sheltered slope. His presence barely disturbs the campsite, yet it changes how deeply everyone else can rest. Responsibility has not disappeared simply because most bodies are now wrapped beneath heavy robes. It has been redistributed. The night stretches ahead for hours, and nobody can remain equally alert throughout every moment. A tired watcher eventually becomes little better than a sleeping one. Shared vigilance offers a practical solution. You do not know exactly when responsibility changes hands tonight. There is no clock glowing beside the bedding, and nobody announces that a shift has officially ended. Time is measured differently here. The movement of stars can provide broad orientation. The changing position of the moon offers another clue. The condition of the fire, the depth of darkness, bodily fatigue, and familiar nighttime rhythms can also help experienced travelers judge passing hours. Exact minutes hardly matter. What matters is that someone continues listening. You open your eyes briefly. A figure sits several yards away, wrapped against the cold while facing outward from camp. He appears almost motionless against the silver grass. Only occasional movements reveal wakefulness. His head turns, a hand adjusts a covering. Then stillness returns. This kind of watch does not require dramatic pacing around the perimeter. Walking continuously would create noise, consume energy, and make the watcher more visible. Remaining still has advantages. From a stable position, subtle changes become easier to notice. You can hear movement against familiar background sounds. Your eyes adapt more completely to darkness when they are not repeatedly exposed to bright flames. The low fire helps. Its coals are now mostly red, with small blue-orange flames appearing whenever fresh fuel catches. The light is sufficient for nearby tasks, but weak enough to preserve much of your night vision. You smell smoke without opening your eyes. It has become woven into the entire experience. The scent tells you the fire remains alive. A sudden disappearance might indicate that the coals need attention, although warmth beneath your robe currently remains comfortable. Then the horses shift. Several heads rise almost together. Your eyes open. The watcher has already noticed. He turns toward the animals but does not stand immediately. Everyone waits for additional information. A horse gives a short snort. Another takes several steps. For a few seconds. The camp seems suspended between relaxation and action. Then you hear it. Far away, something moves through vegetation. The sound is too faint to identify. It could be a deer. It could be another animal moving across the drainage. Perhaps the wind has loosened a branch. Nothing approaches. The horses gradually settle. The watcher remains attentive a little longer before returning to his previous posture. You release a breath you had not realized you were holding. This is why animals matter. Horses possess excellent hearing and a broad field of vision. Their senses are adapted differently from yours, and their reactions can provide information about changes beyond human perception. That does not make them perfect sentries. They react to harmless things too. A frightened horse can create confusion rather than clarity. Experienced interpretation is therefore essential. You need to know the difference between mild curiosity and genuine alarm. Comanche horse culture made such familiarity especially valuable. People who spent enormous portions of their lives around horses learned individual temperaments and ordinary herd behavior. A trusted animal becomes easier to read. Its ears, posture, breathing, and movements communicate without words. This knowledge could complement human vigilance during nighttime travel. Still, it would be misleading to imagine warriors simply trusting horses while everyone slept. Human observation remained necessary. Animals cannot explain what they detected. They only tell you something changed. You must decide whether that change matters. Historical evidence does not provide a universal Comanche night watch schedule that can be applied neatly to every expedition. Small parties, large parties, hunting groups, and war parties face different circumstances. Threat levels change constantly. So did fatigue. Researchers therefore reconstruct vigilance from scattered descriptions rather than from standardized written regulations. Comanche knowledge was transmitted through lived practice, not preserved as a military handbook for future historians. The uncertainty is important. You can understand the logic without inventing precise rules. Someone stays alert when danger requires it. Responsibility can shift. Horses provide additional warning. Camp organization supports rapid response. That is enough to explain the atmosphere surrounding you tonight. You settle back. The grass bedding is compressed beneath your shoulder, so you shift slightly until a thicker patch supports your weight. A soft crackle follows. The watcher does not react. Good. Your bedding has once again avoided creating an international incident. The thought brings a faint smile. Sleepiness returns quickly. Cold makes relaxation complicated because the body continuously monitors temperature. A loosened robe can wake you almost immediately when icy air reaches warm skin. You experience that now. Your knee moves. A small opening forms near the robe's lower edge. Cold enters. You wake enough to pull the covering inward again. Within minutes, warmth returns. Outdoor sleep is not necessarily one uninterrupted block of unconsciousness. It can involve repeated small awakenings caused by temperature, animals, fire, bodily discomfort, or changes in weather. That does not make the rest useless. Humans can sleep in flexible patterns. People accustomed to particular environments may become better at returning to sleep after brief disturbances. A quirky historical point is that modern expectations about 8 perfectly uninterrupted hours do not necessarily describe how people slept in many past societies. Nighttime rest could be divided by work. Fire tending, conversation, animal care, or natural waking. Your current situation encourages exactly that pattern. You sleep lightly. You wake briefly. You listen. Then you drift again. No alarm clocks required. The watcher eventually moves. This time, another person rises from beneath a robe and sits near the fire. Their exchange is quiet enough that you hear only a few indistinct sounds. One settles closer to the bedding. The other moves toward the edge. Responsibility appears to have changed. No ceremony accompanies it. The first watcher lies down and pulls a covering around himself. Within minutes, his movements stop. The new watcher remains upright. Simple, practical. The night continues. You wonder whether the change happened after a predetermined interval or merely when fatigue made it sensible. Historical sources cannot answer confidently for this particular imagined camp. Different groups probably handled such matters differently. Leadership might influence the arrangement. Experience might matter. The proximity of danger could demand stricter vigilance. Tonight, the system appears informal but effective. The new watcher checks the horses first. He walks only far enough to inspect their position before returning to the protected side of the slope. His footsteps sound crisp against frost. The temperature has fallen significantly. You can see thicker white crystals along the grass nearest the edge of your bedding. Beyond the fire's warmth, the ground shines under moonlight. Your exposed nose feels painfully cold. You draw part of the robe higher without breathing directly into the fur. The narrow opening around your face allows moisture to escape. Warmth gathers again. The air smells cleaner whenever the fire weakens, though traces of smoke remain everywhere. You hear the watcher add one small piece of fuel. The coals brighten. No tall flame appears. A few sparks drift upward and vanish. Then something changes in the sky. At first, you cannot identify it. The stars toward one horizon seem less sharp than before. A thin veil has appeared, gradually obscuring the smallest points of light. Clouds. The watcher notices too. He looks upward for several moments. Wind has also shifted slightly, touching the shelter from a different direction. The hide barrier trembles where it had remained nearly still. Weather is moving. You remember the earlier lesson about rapidly changing conditions across the plains. A clear winter evening does not guarantee a clear morning. Cold fronts can travel quickly. Wind can strengthen. Snow can arrive. The campsite that worked beautifully under one set of conditions may require adjustment under another. Nobody panics. There is no reason yet. Clouds alone are ordinary. Still, the new watch now includes attention to the sky as well as the surrounding ground. You remain awake for another minute. The horses continue grazing. The fire survives. Your bedding remains dry. Everything necessary is still functioning. You allow your eyes to close again as sleep returns. The faint sound of wind becomes slightly stronger above the ridge. The sky continues disappearing behind cloud. By morning, the silver frost around your campsite may no longer be the only white covering across the plains. You wake because the sound of the night has changed. The steady whisper above the ridge has become softer and strangely muffled, while the familiar crackle of frost beneath nearby footsteps has almost disappeared. For several seconds, you remain beneath the buffalo robe, warm enough to resist opening your eyes. Then something cold touches your cheek. It melts immediately. You look upward. Snow is falling. The flakes descend through the faint glow of the coals, appearing suddenly from darkness before vanishing against grass. Hides and clothing. Some are tiny and dry, while others gather together into larger clusters. The landscape is already changing. Grass that appeared silver with frost now carries a thin white covering. The shallow drainage has softened around its edges, and the horses have become darker shapes against increasingly pale ground. One shakes itself vigorously. Snow flies from its coat. The movement produces a brief jingle from nearby equipment, followed by another deep exhalation. You remain still and listen. Snow changes sound before it changes anything else. Dry vegetation becomes quieter as flakes collect across it. Footsteps lose their sharpness, and distant noises seem more subdued. The world feels smaller. That can be comforting. It can also be dangerous. A thin snowfall may create little difficulty, but prolonged accumulation changes travel, grazing, visibility, tracking, and the condition of clothing and bedding. Your first concern is moisture. The flakes landing on the upper surface of the buffalo robe remain intact for several moments, because the fur is still cold near its outer edge. They do not immediately melt. That gives you an opportunity. You brush them away. Dry snow is usually easier to remove before body warmth turns it into water. Once melted moisture penetrates insulating materials, drying them in freezing conditions becomes much more difficult. The same principle applies to clothing. You sit upright and shake loose snow from your shoulders. Cold air immediately enters beneath the robe. You regret the decision. Necessary tasks remain necessary. The watcher has already moved around the campsite, checking the fire and horses. Several companions are awake now, though nobody seems especially alarmed. The snowfall remains gentle. Wind is still moderate. For the moment, this is inconvenience rather than emergency. You look toward the slope that protected you earlier. Its shape has become less distinct beneath the accumulating white layer. The windbreak remains in place, though snow gathers along its exposed side. That accumulation demonstrates exactly where moving air is carrying flakes. The protected side stays noticeably clearer. Your earlier shelter choice continues earning its keep. Across the southern Great Plains, snowfall varies greatly from year to year and place to place. Some winter storms produce only brief dustings, while others can bring severe cold, powerful winds, and substantial drifting. The Comanche inhabited an enormous territory. Winter near the Arkansas River could differ considerably from winter farther south in Texas. Elevation, latitude, storm tracks, and local terrain all shaped what travelers encountered. There was no single Comanche winter. That matters because popular images sometimes reduce the southern plains to endless summer grass beneath blazing sunlight. The actual environment could produce hard freezes, ice, snow, bitter winds, and sudden northern cold fronts. You are experiencing the quieter version. For now, a companion uses a stick to disturb the coals. Their red glow brightens. Dry fuel is added carefully, and a small flame rises with a soft fluttering sound. Snowflakes entering the warm air above it vanish before reaching the ground. A few become droplets. Steam briefly appears from damp wood. The smell of smoke strengthens again. You extend your hands toward the heat. Snow on your sleeves disappears into tiny dark spots where the material becomes damp. You brush away the remaining flakes before they can follow. Keeping clothing dry requires constant attention. This is one reason shelter becomes more important during snowfall. A windbreak that seemed adequate under clear skies may need reinforcement when snow begins entering from a new direction. You help adjust one edge. The brush is repositioned. A hide is tightened. The work takes only a few minutes, but your fingers become cold enough to ache. You return them toward the fire. Warmth produces a prickling sensation as circulation improves. Very pleasant. Also slightly painful. Winter has a sense of humor. The horses require checking next. Snow itself does not automatically make them helpless. Their winter coats provide substantial insulation, and healthy animals can tolerate cold conditions surprisingly well. But grazing may become harder as accumulation deepens. Ice creates additional problems. Traveling through crusted or drifted snow can increase fatigue, particularly over long distances. A mounted group therefore watches the storm carefully. Leaving immediately may expose everyone to poor visibility and stronger wind. Waiting may allow snow to deepen. Neither option is automatically correct. Experience determines which risk seems greater. You watch several horses paw at the whitening ground, exposing grass beneath the thin layer. They begin feeding again without much difficulty. That is reassuring. The storm has not yet covered their food deeply. One animal has snow collected along its mane. It looks mildly offended. You sympathize. A quirky feature of snow travel is that fresh snowfall can simultaneously hide and reveal movement. Old tracks disappear beneath new accumulation, potentially helping travelers conceal earlier routes. Fresh tracks, however, become extremely obvious. A horse crossing untouched snow leaves a clear record behind. That creates tactical consequences for a war party. A group moving after snowfall might be easier to follow if the weather clears before tracks are covered again. Continued snow could erase those signs. The same storm therefore protects and exposes. Historians still debate how often winter conditions significantly altered the timing of particular Comanche raids and expeditions. Documentary records frequently mention weather when it became exceptional, while ordinary cold weather decisions received less attention. That creates a familiar problem. Extreme events survive in writing. Routine adaptations often disappear. You should therefore avoid imagining that every winter journey involved heroic movement through blizzards. People generally preferred favorable conditions when circumstances allowed. Choosing not to travel can be intelligent. So can changing routes. So can waiting several hours. Adaptability remains more useful than theatrical toughness. You return to your bedding. The dry grass beneath the hide remains protected. Though a few flakes have reached the edges, you brush them away before settling down. The surface still feels surprisingly warm. Your body heat has changed the immediate space, while the grass continues separating you from frozen earth. Outside that protected area, snow is beginning to cover everything. The contrast is striking. You pull the buffalo robe around your shoulders and watch the flakes fall. Firelight catches them one at a time. Each appears orange for an instant before becoming white again beyond the glow. The effect is almost hypnotic. You understand why a snowstorm can feel peaceful when viewed from shelter. The sound softens, movement slows, and familiar objects become rounded beneath white layers. But peace depends upon preparation. Without dry bedding, adequate clothing, fuel, and protection from wind, the same snowfall would feel entirely different. Comfort changes perception. The watcher moves toward the upper slope. His tracks appear sharply behind him, at the crest. He studies the horizon, although clouds now limit visibility. The darkness beyond seems thicker than before. Wind touches his clothing. Snow travels sideways for several moments. Then the gust fades. He returns. No urgent departure follows. The party remains where it is. You settle deeper beneath the robe. The snow has created another insulating effect around parts of the campsite. Although relying upon it directly would introduce obvious moisture concerns, accumulated snow can also form drifts against barriers and equipment. Everything requires monitoring. A covering needs shaking. A fire needs feeding. A horse needs checking. A windbreak needs adjustment. Outdoor sleep becomes a sequence of small maintenance tasks separated by periods of rest. You close your eyes. Snow continues tapping almost silently against the robe. For several minutes you drift. Then the wind strengthens again. This time, the hide barrier pulls sharply against its supports. Loose powder races across the ground instead of falling gently downward. The fire bends. Someone rises immediately. You open your eyes. The quiet snowfall is changing character. Across the plains, powerful winter weather can arrive with remarkable speed when northern air pushes southward. Temperatures can fall quickly while wind transforms loose snow into stinging horizontal particles. The shelter still holds, but the night is no longer merely snowy. You tighten the robe and watch companions reinforce the windward side. The horses have stopped grazing again. Their heads turn together toward the north. A deeper sound moves across the ridge. Not quite a roar yet, but stronger than anything heard earlier. The storm is approaching, and the careful little campsite must now prove whether it can withstand something far more demanding than ordinary winter cold. The deeper sound reaches you before the strongest wind arrives, rolling across the plains like distant surf. Grass bends along the exposed ridge, and loose snow lifts from the ground in pale sheets. The horses turn their bodies instinctively, presenting themselves differently to the approaching weather. Then the gust strikes. Your windbreak shudders. Cold air pushes through small openings that seemed insignificant an hour ago. Snow follows, scattering across the bedding in fine crystals. Everyone is awake now. There is no dramatic shouting. Hands simply begin working. One companion presses additional brush against the windward side while another secures a loose section of hide. You pull the buffalo robe away from drifting snow and shake its exposed edge. The flakes scatter immediately. Keeping that fur dry suddenly feels much more urgent. The fire suffers first. Flames flatten almost horizontally before disappearing, leaving glowing coals beneath blackened wood. Sparks race toward the open side of the campsite. Someone adjusts the surrounding barrier. Another piece of fuel is placed carefully onto the center. The goal is not a towering fire. You need protected heat. Strong wind makes exposed flames inefficient and unpredictable, while flying sparks can damage valuable hides. The campsite therefore depends increasingly upon insulation rather than direct fire. You crouch lower. That simple movement helps. Wind speed is generally weaker close to protected ground, especially behind the small ridge that attracted your party earlier. Standing exposes far more of your body. Near the earth, conditions remain harsh but manageable. Your earlier choice has become critical. Imagine having stopped on the exposed crest. The thought is unpleasant. You would now face the full force of the storm with little terrain between your body and the northern wind. This is why experienced plains travelers paid attention before weather became severe. Preparation happens in mild conditions. Its value appears later, across the Great Plains. Sudden winter cold waves can be dramatic. Powerful northern winds may drive temperatures downward quickly after relatively moderate weather. Later settlers used memorable names for such events. Comanche travelers experienced the phenomenon long before those labels entered English frontier vocabulary. They did not need a weather station to recognize danger. Cloud movement, wind direction, temperature changes, animal behavior, and accumulated experience offered practical clues. Those signs could never predict every storm perfectly, but they helped travelers respond. You feel the temperature falling now. The exposed skin around your eyes becomes uncomfortable. Your fingers stiffen almost immediately whenever they leave the robe. You work quickly. Clothing is adjusted. Openings are tightened. Dry materials are protected. Loose objects are secured before the wind carries them away. A lightweight piece of grass bedding escapes anyway. It races across the campsite with surprising enthusiasm and disappears into darkness. Nobody follows it. Some battles are not worth fighting. You add fresh, dry grass beneath the compressed portion of your bedding instead. The material beneath you matters more than the handful now beginning its independent journey across the plains. Snow continues blowing sideways. The horses become increasingly important. Several move closer together. Though their exact behavior varies by individual, their winter coats ripple under the wind. One stamps repeatedly. Another lowers its head. A companion checks the animals and adjusts their position relative to the sheltered ground. Keeping them from wandering during poor visibility becomes essential. Losing a horse tonight would be serious. Searching for one could be worse. The Comanche dependence upon horses made animal management inseparable from human survival during travel. A mount represented mobility, carrying capacity, hunting ability, and potentially rapid escape. Severe weather threatened that system. An exhausted or injured horse could slow the entire group, so the animals receive attention even while everyone else is cold. You watch one rider run a hand along his horse's neck. The gesture is brief and practical. The animal responds by turning slightly toward him. Then both disappear partly behind blowing snow. Visibility has shortened dramatically. The distant landscape no longer exists. Even the upper ridge appears only intermittently through moving white particles. This creates an odd sense of enclosure. The open plains have become a tiny world consisting of fire, hides, horses, and several yards of visible ground. Everything beyond is weather. The sound dominates now. Wind pushes against the shelter with a steady low pressure, interrupted by stronger gusts. Hide material flaps where it has not been secured tightly enough. Brush scratches against itself. Snow whispers across hardened ground. The fire occasionally gives a sharp crack. You smell smoke more strongly because shifting currents push it around the shelter. Your eyes water. You turn your face away. The buffalo robe blocks much of the wind once you settle behind the reinforced barrier. You draw your knees inward and reduce the amount of exposed surface. Warmth begins returning. Slowly, the difference between protected and exposed skin becomes astonishing. Your nose feels frozen while your chest remains almost comfortable. This uneven sensation reminds you that survival depends upon preserving core warmth, while protecting vulnerable extremities as effectively as possible. A quirky feature of severe cold is how quickly ordinary tasks become complicated. Knots seem more difficult when fingers lose dexterity. Leather becomes stiff. Snow enters openings you never noticed. Simple movements require concentration. The storm turns everyone into a reluctant perfectionist. You understand why experienced travelers arrange equipment before darkness. Trying to locate scattered belongings now would be miserable. Everything important remains close. That organization saves time and warmth. Historians still disagree about the precise winter shelter arrangements used by different Comanche groups during extreme storms, especially on temporary expeditions. Surviving accounts rarely provide enough detail to reconstruct every layer, barrier, or sleeping position. Some observers describe substantial lodges in established camps. Others encountered travelers using minimal protection. Neither situation represents every circumstance. Your imagined campsite therefore remains flexible. The important historical point is adaptation to conditions rather than one universal technique. Tonight, adaptation means strengthening what already exists. Nobody begins constructing an elaborate lodge during the strongest wind. You improve the barrier. You preserve fuel. You protect robes. You manage horses. You stay low. Each action reduces one small problem. The fire gradually stabilizes behind its protection. A faint flame appears above the coals, then another. Someone places a thicker piece of dry wood across them. Heat increases slightly. You extend one hand. Warmth reaches your palm. The wind still presses against your back through several layers. but the sensation is no longer unbearable. You begin to relax. Then you notice something interesting. The snow accumulating against the outside of the windbreak has started filling tiny gaps near the ground. Although snow creates moisture concerns, packed accumulation can also reduce airflow around a barrier. The storm is partly strengthening your shelter. Nature occasionally offers refunds. You still avoid allowing snow to soak the bedding. The sleeping area remains carefully protected. A companion brushes powder from one edge before it can melt. The routine continues. Brush, check. Adjust, wait. The violence of the wind becomes strangely monotonous after enough time passes. Your mind stops reacting to every gust because the shelter continues holding. That psychological adjustment matters. Fear consumes energy too. Once you recognize that the system is functioning, the storm becomes something to manage rather than something to imagine endlessly. You listen to the horses. Their sounds remain familiar. No animal is panicking. That reassures you more than the fire. A calm herd suggests the immediate situation remains controllable. The storm may be severe, but it is not yet overwhelming. Comanche travelers had another advantage that is difficult to quantify: historically accumulated environmental memory. People remembered dangerous places, reliable shelter, winter water, and routes that became difficult during certain conditions. Such knowledge could pass between generations. It was social survival information. A young warrior did not need to discover every winter lesson through personal suffering. Older relatives and experienced travelers could teach what previous journeys had already revealed. That is perhaps the least dramatic survival tool tonight. Memory. You cannot wrap yourself in it. You cannot burn it, yet it influences every choice protecting you now. The ridge was recognized as useful. The bedding was kept dry. The horses were positioned carefully. The fire was conserved. None of these decisions began after the storm arrived. You lower yourself onto the insulated grass again. The robe comes over your shoulders. Wind continues roaring above the ridge, but its force reaches you in weakened pulses. Your breathing slows. The snow outside may deepen for another hour or continue until morning. No one can know with certainty. For now, the party stays. Traveling blindly would create risks of its own. The storm gradually becomes the background of your sleep. Your stomach, however, has begun making its own argument. Cold, travel, and hours of wakefulness require energy. The body preserving warmth beneath your buffalo robe must obtain that energy somewhere. Near the protected fire, a small bundle of provisions waits. Soon, attention will turn from sheltering the body to fueling it for the remaining winter darkness. Your stomach reminds you of its existence with a quiet contraction beneath the buffalo robe. It is not dramatic hunger, but after travel, cold, and repeated waking, the sensation becomes difficult to ignore. The body keeping you warm through this storm requires fuel just as surely as the fire beside you does. You sit up slowly. Cold air slips beneath the robe, encouraging you to reconsider the entire idea of eating. Hunger wins. Near the protected coals, provisions have been kept away from blowing snow. They are practical foods chosen for travel rather than the elaborate meals demanding lengthy preparation. Mobility favors simplicity. For Comanche communities, buffalo meat became a major food resource where herds were available. Deer, antelope, smaller animals, gathered plant foods, and traded agricultural products also contributed to diets depending on location and season. The plains offered variety. Availability was never perfectly predictable. A successful hunt might provide enormous quantities of meat, while a travelling party needed food that could remain usable across distance. Drying meat offered one practical method of preservation. You take a portion of dried meat. It feels firm between your fingers, with a texture very different from freshly cooked food. Drying removes much of the moisture that encourages spoilage and reduces weight. That makes it useful for travellers. The flavour is concentrated. Smoke and fat linger faintly in the first bite. While the meat requires considerably more chewing than anything designed for modern convenience. Your jaw has work tonight. You chew slowly. Eating too quickly would achieve nothing except finishing sooner. The fire gives enough light to see your hands and the nearest faces. Snow continues streaming beyond the protected side, but the wind sounds slightly less violent than before. Perhaps the storm is weakening. Perhaps you're simply accustomed to it. Either possibility feels encouraging. Fat deserves particular attention in cold weather. It contains substantial energy and could be highly valued in societies depending heavily upon animal foods. Lean meat alone does not provide the same concentrated calories. Buffalo supplied useful fat. Although amounts varied seasonally and across different parts of the animal, experienced hunters understood these differences practically. Certain portions were especially desirable. Food preservation could combine dried meat with fat in various ways among plains peoples. Though recipes and terminology differed between communities and historical periods, you should avoid imagining one universal Comanche trail ration. Documentation's uneven. Historians continue debating the precise composition and frequency of particular preserved foods within different Comanche groups. Outsider writers often generalized indigenous foodways or borrowed descriptions from neighboring peoples. What remains clear is the practical importance of preserved meat and fat. You feel that practicality immediately. The meal requires no complicated preparation. It does not expose the camp with a larger fire. It can be eaten while wrapped against the cold. That is ideal tonight. A companion warms something near the coals. The smell changes, a richer. Savory scent mixes with smoke and briefly dominates the cold air. Your appetite becomes considerably more enthusiastic. Food does that. Even a simple meal can transform morale when the weather is miserable. You accept another portion. Warmth reaches your fingers before you take the first bite. The difference from dried meat is comforting. You eat slowly. Around you, conversation remains limited. The storm continues demanding attention, and nobody wants to waste energy speaking loudly against the wind. Still, the atmosphere feels calmer. Eating together creates a small sense of normality. For a moment, the campsite becomes less like a survival problem and more like an ordinary resting place. The horses remain nearby. Their silhouettes appear whenever blowing snow thins. One animal paws through the accumulation to reach grass beneath. That effort also requires energy. Human and horse survival are connected by the same basic arithmetic. Calories matter. You cannot generate body heat indefinitely without food. Cold exposure can increase energy demands because the body works hard to maintain internal temperature. Physical activity adds further requirements. A warrior riding long distances therefore benefits from energy-dense provisions. You feel warmth spreading after eating. Part of that sensation may be psychological, but digestion itself also produces heat. Your body processes the food while maintaining the temperature of its internal tissues. The effect is modest, still welcome. A quirky practical detail of outdoor winter eating is that some foods become remarkably hard when frozen. Fat that seems soft under warmer conditions can stiffen considerably. Your teeth may object. Warming portions near the fire can improve both texture and morale. Provided nobody accidentally burns the meal, one piece gets slightly too close. Its edge darkens. The smell becomes sharper. Someone moves it away without ceremony. Dinner survives. Water presents a different challenge. Cold air can reduce your awareness of thirst even while moisture continues leaving through breath. Every pale cloud you exhale contains water departing your body. Physical activity increases losses. Dehydration remains possible in winter. You drink carefully. The water is unpleasantly cold. Your teeth complain immediately. There is no need to pretend otherwise. A warmer drink would be preferable if circumstances allowed enough fuel and suitable containers. Heating water, however, consumes time and resources. On a cautious journey, every convenience has a cost. Tonight, the existing fire makes some warming possible. You hold a vessel near the heat and wait. The surface catches faint orange reflections. Steam eventually appears, barely visible against the already misty air around your breath. You take a small sip. Much better. Warm liquid spreads comfort through your mouth and throat, creating an exaggerated feeling of heat compared with its actual temperature. You understand why simple warmth becomes precious outdoors. There is another historical layer to the meal. Comanche foodways were not isolated from neighboring peoples or expanding trade networks. Corn and other agricultural foods could reach Comanche communities through exchange with Pueblo peoples, Spanish settlements, and other trading relationships. Trade expanded possibilities. It also changed over time. By the 19th century, Comanche economic networks connected widely across the southern plains and borderlands. Food, horses, hides, manufactured goods, captives, and other resources circulated through complicated relationships. Your winter provisions might therefore contain ingredients produced far from where you now sit. The plains were not empty. They were connected. That broader world feels distant tonight. Snow surrounds the small shelter, and visibility extends only a short distance beyond the fire. Yet the food in your hands quietly links hunting grounds, households, trading places, and communities. Someone prepared it before this journey began. That labor matters. Just as the buffalo robe represents work performed before the cold night, preserved food represents planning before hunger arrives. Survival begins earlier than emergencies. You finish eating and clean your hands as well as circumstances allow. Grease left on fingers attracts dirt and makes handling equipment unpleasant. The cold helps stiffen whatever remains. Very efficient, not especially elegant. You return the unused provisions to their protected place. Waste would be foolish. Morning may require travel. The next meal may occur far from this sheltered slope. Conserving food therefore resembles conserving firewood. You use enough. You keep the rest. The storm has definitely weakened now. Wind still moves across the ridge, but the sustained roar has faded into intermittent gusts. Snow falls more vertically between them. The change is immediately noticeable. Everyone seems to relax slightly. One companion checks the horses. Another rearranges the fire. The ordinary rhythm of camp returns. You lower yourself onto the grass bedding. Its protected center remains dry. The hide above it has warmed from your earlier rest, and the buffalo robe quickly traps the heat retained by your clothing. Your stomach feels comfortably full, not overloaded. A heavy meal might make movement unpleasant if sudden departure became necessary. Moderation suits a traveling party. You lie on your side. The smell of food lingers near the fire, gradually yielding again to smoke and cold vegetation. Snow makes almost no sound as it lands beyond the shelter. Your breathing becomes slower. You think about how many people stand behind the objects surrounding you. Someone processed the hide. Someone prepared the meat. Someone taught you how to manage horses. Someone explained which ground would remain sheltered. Warrior survival is often presented as an individual achievement. Tonight makes that image difficult to sustain. Even when traveling away from family, you carry community knowledge everywhere. The robe around your shoulders exists because of skilled hands. The preserved food in your stomach exists because someone prepared it. Your ability to use both came through teaching. The storm itself has revealed how deeply individual endurance depends upon collective knowledge. You close your eyes. The thought remains as the fire settles. Tomorrow, that connection will become clearer when you look beyond the warriors beside you and toward the families whose daily winter experience made journeys like this possible. For now, warmth spreads beneath the robe. Your hunger is gone. The wind softens, and the snow continues falling gently across the sleeping plains. The thought of distant families remains with you as the storm settles into a gentler snowfall. You're traveling with warriors tonight. Yet almost nothing protecting them from winter belongs exclusively to warfare. The skills surrounding you were practiced in larger camps, where children, parents, grandparents, hunters, craftspeople, and other relatives faced the same cold seasons together. Winter knowledge was community knowledge. You can feel that truth in the buffalo robe pulled around your shoulders. Someone had to transform a heavy raw hide into material comfortable enough to wrap around a sleeping body. That process required considerable labor. Among Comanche communities, women traditionally carried major responsibilities for processing hides, preparing food, maintaining lodges, and managing many essential household tasks. These activities were not secondary to survival. They made survival possible. A successful buffalo hunt provided valuable resources. But an animal on the ground was only the beginning. Meat needed processing, useful parts needed separating, and hides required scraping, stretching, softening, and preparation. Winter robes demanded particular care. The finished object around you represents hours of work that occurred long before this snowy night. Its warmth is therefore partly the result of knowledge carried through generations. You rub the fur between your fingers. The texture feels different near the edges where repeated handling has flattened some hairs. Smoke has settled deeply into the material. It smells familiar now. You imagine a larger Comanche camp during winter, with lodges positioned according to local conditions and horses occupying nearby grazing areas. Smoke rises from household fires while people repair equipment, prepare food, work hides, talk, and rest. Children observe everything. That observation matters. Skills do not always need formal lessons. A child sees how adults position bedding. A child learns which material stays warm when dry. A child notices how someone responds when the wind changes. Repeated experience turns ordinary behavior into environmental knowledge. By adulthood, many decisions may feel instinctive. They are learned. This distinction is easy to miss when later stories describe indigenous peoples as naturally adapted to wilderness. Nobody's born knowing which slope offers better winter shelter. Knowledge comes from teaching and experience. You learned because someone showed you. You remembered because mistakes were uncomfortable, sometimes very uncomfortable. The wind gives a mild gust, shaking loose snow from the upper edge of the barrier. Several flakes scatter across your robe. You brush them away automatically. That small action already feels routine. Hours ago, you might have ignored them until they melted. Now you understand. Knowledge grows quickly when cold provides immediate feedback. In a family camp, winter survival involved more than sleeping arrangements. Food stores needed protection. Children needed warmth. Elderly people required care. Horses needed management. And lodge coverings demanded maintenance. Fuel had to be gathered. Water had to be obtained. Clothing required repair. The ordinary workload continued despite shorter days and colder temperatures. Nobody simply entered winter mode and remained beneath blankets until spring. Tempting though that sounds, mobility also continued when circumstances required it. Comanche groups moved according to hunting opportunities, grazing conditions, trade, social relationships, warfare, and other pressures. Seasonal patterns existed, but they were not mechanical schedules. Families adjusted to circumstances. That flexibility appears again and again. You look toward the horses. Their dark bodies stand against the whitening ground, occasionally shifting as they feed. Caring for them would involve knowledge distributed across households rather than restricted to warriors. Young people learned around animals. They learned riding. They learned handling. They learned which horses behaved reliably. They learned how weather affected them. The celebrated Comanche rider emerged from that broader social environment. You cannot separate warrior skill from childhood learning. The same applies to clothing. A warrior may wear the finished garment, but hide preparation and garment construction depended heavily upon expertise developed elsewhere in the community. The popular image isolates him. Reality reconnects him. One quirky aspect of historical descriptions is how often outsiders marveled at Comanche male horsemanship, while giving much less attention to the domestic labor supporting mobile life. Spectacular movement made better frontier storytelling than scraping hides beside a lodge. Yet the quiet work mattered every day. Your warm shoulders provide evidence. Without that work, tonight would be much colder. Scholars still debate many details of gendered labor among different Comanche groups across the 18th and 19th centuries. Practices changed over time, and individual households could vary according to circumstances. Sources also create problems. Many written accounts came from outsiders who interpreted Comanche life through their own cultural expectations. Some observers overlooked activities they considered ordinary or unimportant. Modern historians therefore compare written descriptions with oral traditions, material culture, archaeology, and broader plains evidence. Certainty has limits. Still, Women's central contributions to hide processing, food preparation, and lodge life are well established. You shift beneath the robe. The grass bedding gives a soft rustle. That bedding also carries community knowledge. Someone had to know that dry vegetation could create useful insulation beneath a sleeper. Someone had to recognize which materials remained comfortable and which became damp. The lesson could pass without words. A parent prepares bedding. A child watches. Years later, the child prepares bedding for someone else. History can travel through gestures. You find that thought strangely calming. Not everything important needs to be written down. The fire brightens briefly as another small piece of fuel catches. Orange light spreads across the shelter, revealing several sleeping forms beneath robes. For a moment, you can imagine them as children again. Each once depended completely upon others for warmth. Someone wrapped them. Someone fed them. Someone taught them how to recognize danger. The adult warrior does not emerge from nowhere. He carries those earlier relationships into every journey. Winter makes dependency especially visible. No individual can easily produce everything required for survival alone. Hunting, hide processing, food preservation, shelter construction, horse management, clothing production, and childcare all consume time. Community distributes those burdens that allow specialization and cooperation. It also creates resilience. If one person is injured or exhausted, others may compensate. If one household lacks something, exchange may help. Networks of relatives provide more than companionship. They provide practical security. The snow begins thinning. Individual flakes become easier to distinguish against the dark sky. The clouds overhead remain thick, but occasional gaps reveal faint stars. You hear dripping near the fire where accumulated snow has melted from a warm surface. Each drop hisses against a coal. The smell of wet ash rises briefly. You pull your robe away from the damp area. Again, an automatic adjustment. You are learning. A companion near the horses checks a strap and returns. His movements are unhurried now. The worst weather seems to have passed. Your thoughts return to the large camp you imagined. A full teepee offered more substantial protection than your temporary windbreak. Its design supported a household living space rather than a single night's pause. Inside, robes and bedding could be arranged around a central fire. Possessions had places, people shared warmth. The structure could still be dismantled when movement became necessary. That combination of portability and protection suited Plains life exceptionally well. Yet even a good lodge required skill. Coverings needed proper arrangement. Ventilation mattered. Smoke needed somewhere to escape. Wind direction influenced adjustments. People learn these things through participation. A young warrior sleeping outdoors later carried that experience with him. This is perhaps why your little shelter feels increasingly logical. It borrows principles from a broader world. Block wind, preserve warmth, keep materials dry, maintain ventilation, organize possessions, use fuel carefully. Nothing here is mysterious. Its sophistication lies in combination. You settle onto your back and look upward. The clouds have broken slightly. A few stars appear between moving grey patches, brighter because the surrounding sky remains so dark. Cold air touches your face. You smell smoke and damp snow. Somewhere near the drainage, melting flakes release a faint earthy scent from vegetation underneath. The landscape is breathing again after the storm. You listen to the camp. Horses, coals, wind, quiet human breathing. These sounds form a small community of their own. You realize that even this war party reproduces certain habits of home. People share responsibilities, protect resources, maintain warmth, and rely upon knowledge learned from others. The context is different. The foundations remain familiar. Historians often reconstruct Comanche history through diplomacy, warfare, migration, trade, and conflict because those subjects dominate surviving records. Social history asks quieter questions. Who prepared the robe? Who taught the rider? Who preserved the food? Who showed a child how to recognize a dangerous wind? Those questions bring the winter night closer. You're no longer watching legendary warriors somehow ignoring cold. You are watching people use inherited knowledge. That knowledge comes from households, elders, relatives, repeated journeys, successful decisions, and remembered mistakes. The snow finally stops. A last few flakes drift through the firelight. Beyond the shelter, the plains have become white and strangely smooth. By dawn, tracks will cross that surface, revealing where horses moved during the night. For now, nobody leaves. You pull the robe higher and allow your muscles to soften. The storm has passed. The community that is absent from this small camp nevertheless surrounds you through everything you use. And as the night continues, another kind of inherited knowledge becomes important, the ability to read the plains themselves. The clouds are moving east. The wind is changing. The horses have begun feeding more steadily. Above the ridge, stars slowly return. The landscape is offering signs again. The returning stars appear slowly, one cluster at a time, as the storm clouds move toward the eastern horizon. You remain beneath the buffalo robe and watch openings form overhead. The sky seems newly washed, darker between the stars and brighter wherever moonlight touches fresh snow. The landscape has changed completely, yet the people around you begin reading it almost immediately. The wind now arrives from a slightly different direction. Its force has weakened, and the air feels drier against your exposed face. The horses notice the change too. Several resume steady grazing, pawing lightly through snow where necessary. Their calmer behavior joins the sky, wind, and temperature as another piece of information. Nothing exists separately here. Weather affects horses. Horses affect travel. Travel affects where you sleep. Terrain affects how strongly weather reaches you. The Comanche ability to move effectively across the plains depended partly upon understanding these relationships. Navigation was not simply a matter of pointing a horse toward a distant landmark and hoping for cooperation. Water sources mattered. Seasonal grazing mattered. River crossings mattered. Weather mattered. Knowledge of neighboring territories mattered. Even the condition of individual horses could influence route choices. You sit upright and look across the whitened slope. Moonlight reveals contours that darkness had hidden earlier. Small rises, shallow depressions, and patches of brush become visible through subtle differences in shadow. You remember selecting this place before nightfall. That decision now seems even wiser. The exposed crest carries less snow because wind has swept much of it away. Behind the ridge, accumulation is deeper. These patterns tell you where the wind has travelled. Snow has drawn the invisible air currents onto the ground. You can almost read them. Experienced travellers learn from such signs without needing to describe them scientifically. A drift indicates where moving air slowed. Bare ground reveals exposure. Frost patterns suggest differences in moisture and shelter. Broken vegetation may show animal movement. Tracks record recent activity. The landscape continually produces evidence. You only need to notice it. Comanche travellers could also use major geographical features for orientation across familiar country. Rivers, escarpments, mountain ranges, distinctive hills, and other landmarks helped structure movement. The sky provided additional guidance. Stars could indicate direction during clear nights. Though historical evidence does not preserve a complete standardized Comanche system of celestial navigation, you therefore avoid inventing one. It is enough to recognize that people familiar with open landscapes watched the sky closely. You do the same. One bright group of stars has shifted noticeably since you first settled beside the fire. Their movement gives you a rough sense that several hours have passed. No pocket watch is necessary. The exact minute does not matter. Morning remains distant. You smell colder air now that the smoke has thinned. Snow contributes almost no scent of its own, but the damp earth beneath melting patches near the fire releases a subtle mineral smell. The horses provide the strongest fragrance. Leather comes next, then smoke. Your senses begin arranging the environment into layers. A faint sound reaches you from beyond the drainage. You pause. It repeats. The noise resembles an animal moving through crusted snow, though distance makes identification difficult. One horse raises its head but does not become alarmed. That reaction matters. You listen another moment. The sound fades. No one investigates. Not every mystery deserves a journey into darkness. A quirky feature of skilled tracking is that knowing when not to follow a sign can be as useful as recognizing it. Curiosity consumes time and energy. Cold punishes unnecessary excursions. You remain sheltered. The Comanche reputation for tracking and environmental awareness appears in numerous historical descriptions. Though such accounts sometimes exaggerate these abilities into something nearly supernatural, there is no need for that. Imagine spending years travelling the same broad landscapes. You would recognise patterns. You would remember where streams cut through certain valleys. You would learn which clouds often accompany changing weather. You would notice how animals behave before storms. Experience accumulates. Children raised within that world could begin learning before they understood the significance of every observation. Older people might point out signs, correct mistakes, or explain what previous journeys had taught. Knowledge becomes collective memory. The same route travelled repeatedly grows familiar. A particular creek may offer water during one season and become unreliable during another. A sheltered valley may become muddy after snowmelt. A river crossing safe in autumn may become dangerous after winter weather. Maps alone cannot capture those changes. Living knowledge can. You rub your hands together beneath the robe. Your fingers are warmer now. The fire has settled into a quiet red centre, and nobody seems concerned about enlarging it. Fuel remains. That itself is information. You know roughly how much wood can be used before dawn. A campsite is full of these small calculations. How much fuel remains? How much food? How tired are the horses? How deep is the snow? What direction is the wind moving? How far must you travel tomorrow? No single answer decides everything. Together, they shape the next decision. Historians still debate how specialized environmental knowledge was distributed within particular Comanche groups. Certain individuals surely became especially skilled hunters, scouts, guides, or weather observers. While basic landscape knowledge would have been much more widely shared, sources rarely describe the teaching process in detail. Outsiders usually noticed results. A party appeared unexpectedly. A route was crossed quickly. Water was located. Tracks were followed. The years of learning behind those achievements remained mostly invisible. You now appreciate those invisible years. Even tonight's shelter choice depends upon them. Someone recognized the slope. Someone anticipated wind. Someone understood that the lower drainage might collect colder air. Someone noticed usable grass and nearby fuel. The decision looked simple because the knowledge was already present. Expertise often looks effortless from the outside. You stand briefly. The cold immediately presses harder against your legs and torso, though the wind has weakened. You walk toward the upper slope. Snow crunches softly beneath your moccasins, creating a sound entirely different from the dry grass heard before the storm. At the crest, the plains open around you. Moonlight stretches across white ground. The horizon appears wider than you remember. Dark patches mark exposed vegetation and distant brush. The storm clouds now form a low mass far to the east. Above them, stars return in enormous numbers. You turn slowly. The north looks clearer. That suggests the worst weather has moved away, although another change could always follow. Predicting weather from observation is useful, but imperfect. People living close to the land were not magically immune to surprise storms. Sometimes signs mislead. Sometimes weather develops too quickly. Sometimes circumstances force travel despite obvious danger. Traditional knowledge improves judgment. It does not grant certainty. That uncertainty makes successful adaptation more impressive. You descend from the ridge. Your footprints create a clear trail behind you. Fresh snow makes movement easy to follow. You remember how this can matter during warfare. Tomorrow, the party may choose surfaces where tracks are less obvious, or rely upon continued weather to soften signs. Again, conditions shape tactics. Near the horses, you notice several sets of prints crossing one another. Hoof marks overlap until individual paths become difficult to distinguish. One trail leads toward the edge of the grazing area. A companion has already checked it. Nothing appears wrong. You return to the bedding. The buffalo robe feels wonderfully warm after your brief walk. You lower yourself beneath it and notice how quickly your body appreciates stored heat. The contrast is immediate. Outside, your clothing protected you. Inside, the robe creates comfort. You listen to the horses chewing. Their renewed appetite suggests they have settled after the storm. The watcher remains attentive, though his posture appears more relaxed. Everything points toward improving conditions. No single sign proves it. The pattern does. That may be the most important lesson of environmental reading. You rarely depend upon one clue. Clouds alone can deceive. Wind alone can change. Animals react for many reasons. Temperature fluctuates, but several signs agreeing with one another create greater confidence. The Comanche did not need modern instruments to understand patterns that repeated throughout their lives. Observation provided a different kind of record. Memory stored it. Conversation transmitted it. Experience corrected it. You close your eyes again. The world beyond your robe remains readable even without sight. The wind is softer. The horses are feeding. Snow is no longer falling. The fire burns steadily. Nothing sounds urgent. Your body accepts those signals. Muscles loosen. Breathing deepens, for perhaps the first time since the storm began. You feel capable of sleeping without expecting an immediate interruption, yet sleep outdoors is never completely still. Even when danger passes and weather calms, bodies shift, fires fade, animals wander, and ears continue receiving the landscape. You're about to discover that rest on the winter plains has its own rhythm, somewhere between deep sleep and quiet awareness. Sleep returns so gradually that you cannot identify the exact moment when waking becomes dreaming. One moment you are listening to horses pulling grass from beneath the snow, and the next those sounds seem distant and strangely woven into your thoughts. Your body remains curled beneath the buffalo robe while the plains continue moving around you. Nothing is truly still. The fire changes constantly. The coal collapses. Wood settles. A tiny flame appears and disappears. Someone nearby turns beneath a robe, producing a soft rustle across the grass bedding. Your ears receive all of it. Most sounds never wake you completely because they have become familiar. The mind seems capable of separating ordinary background noise from anything sufficiently unusual to demand attention. You sleep within that distinction. A horse walks several steps. Its hooves compress snow with a gentle crunching rhythm. Leather shifts somewhere near its body, followed by a long exhalation. You barely react. Another horse gives a sudden sharp snort. Your eyes open immediately. For a few seconds, you stare into darkness. The watcher remains calm. The animal lowers its head again. Nothing follows. Your eyelids close. This pattern repeats through the night. Sleep. Sound. Brief awareness. Sleep again. Modern people sometimes imagine historical sleepers entering darkness and remaining unconscious until sunrise. Real sleep is rarely so tidy, especially outdoors. Cold encourages interruptions. So do animals. So does responsibility. Even the position of your own body eventually forces movement because one shoulder becomes uncomfortable against the ground. You roll carefully. The grass beneath you is compressed substantially, and the hide above it now carries the shape of several hours of use. A colder patch appears beneath your hip. You reach downward and push loose grass into the depression. Better. The adjustment takes less than a minute. You never fully sit up. Your body has learned the sleeping space well enough to make corrections almost automatically. That familiarity matters. The first hour on unfamiliar bedding required attention because every lump and gap seemed noticeable. Now your body accepts the uneven surface as normal. Comfort is partly adaptation. You draw the robe around your newly exposed shoulder. Warmth gradually fills the space. The fur smells strongly of smoke at some point tonight. That smell stopped seeming separate from everything else. It's simply the smell of warmth now. You breathe through your nose and detect another scent beneath it. Horse. Leather. Damp vegetation. Snow near the fire has melted enough to expose dark soil, releasing a faint earthy smell whenever warmer air passes over it. The mixture feels strangely peaceful. A mainstream historical fact sits quietly behind this entire experience. Comanche mobility required people to rest in many different settings rather than depending exclusively upon permanent built environments. Large camps provided substantial lodges. Journeys could require temporary arrangements. A person accustomed to mobile life therefore developed practical familiarity with changing sleeping conditions. That does not mean discomfort disappeared. It means unfamiliarity decreased. You know how to arrange a robe. You know how to protect bedding. You recognize the sounds of nearby horses. You know which noises deserve attention. These skills make sleep possible. The psychological component is easy to underestimate. Imagine lying outdoors without understanding anything around you. Every animal call could suggest danger. Every gust could seem like an approaching storm. Every horse movement could sound alarming. Knowledge reduces that uncertainty. The night becomes less mysterious. You recognize its vocabulary. A low rustling grass is different from rapid hoof movement. Wind against the hide barrier sounds different from someone approaching through snow. The fire makes recognizable noises as fuel changes. Experience turns noise into information. Information allows relaxation. One quirky detail from older descriptions of camp life across different cultures is how easily experienced travelers sometimes seemed able to sleep under circumstances outsiders found unbearable. That observation can create misleading legends about extraordinary toughness. There is another explanation. People become accustomed to their environment. A floor that seems impossibly hard during your first night may feel ordinary after repeated use. Familiar sounds stop interrupting sleep. Routine reduces stress. The Comanche were still human. They needed rest. They felt cold. They experienced fatigue. Nothing supernatural is required. You drift again. This time, your sleep seems deeper. When you next become aware, the moon has moved significantly across the sky, the fire is lower, and another person appears to be keeping watch. You do not remember the change. That means you actually slept through something. Success. You remain motionless and listen. Wind has almost vanished. Without it, the temperature feels especially sharp whenever your face leaves the robe. Clearer sky after the storm may allow additional cooling near the surface. Frost forms where moisture remains exposed. The snow itself reflects moonlight, making the campsite surprisingly visible. Shadows look darker against the white ground. The horses stand like black shapes. One has lowered itself to rest farther from the fire. Others remain standing. Equine sleep patterns differ from human ones, and horses can rest while standing for portions of their sleep. They also lie down when conditions allow deeper rest. Their nighttime rhythms therefore add another layer of movement to camp. A horse that stood earlier may now rest. Another may begin grazing. The herd never becomes completely motionless. You understand why their sounds persist all night. Historians still debate exactly how Comanche travelers divided sleep and watch duties under varying conditions. Evidence rarely gives precise schedules, and arrangements probably changed according to party size and perceived danger. Even the meaning of a quiet night would vary. A camp near home could permit greater relaxation. A party deep in contested country might remain far more vigilant. Your imagined night sits between those extremes. There is enough caution to maintain watch, but enough security to permit genuine rest. You turn onto your back. The stars seem impossibly bright. For several minutes you simply watch them. The sky has cleared almost completely. The storm clouds now occupy only a thin darkness near the eastern horizon. Above you, familiar patterns have continued their slow movement. Time passes visibly. There is something soothing about that. No clock divides the night into anxious numbers. You know only that dawn is closer than before. Your stomach remains comfortable after the earlier meal. Your feet are warm enough. Your shoulders no longer ache. The bedding has done its job. The fire has done its job. The robe has done its job. Even the little ridge has continued protecting you long after you stop thinking about it. This is how good preparation feels. It becomes invisible. You notice it mainly when something fails. A gap opens near your ankle. Cold enters. You fix it. The problem disappears. Your attention returns to the sky. One companion coughs quietly. Another shifts. The watcher turns his head. Nothing follows. Sleep remains collective without being synchronized. Different people move through different levels of awareness. Someone is fully awake. Someone is dreaming. Someone is adjusting a robe. Someone may be listening without opening his eyes. The camp rests as a group rather than as a collection of perfectly unconscious individuals. That pattern likely feels natural after repeated journeys. You wonder how often someone awakens simply because the fire has grown too low. Radiant warmth changes gradually, and the body can detect that loss before conscious thought identifies it. Tonight, a companion seems to do exactly that. He rises, checks the coals, and adds a small piece of fuel. A flame appears. Orange light briefly touches the snow. Then he lies down again. The entire task takes perhaps a minute. No conversation. No fuss. The fire resumes breathing. You smile beneath the robe. The campsite feels almost like another living organism. It inhales when the wind reaches the coals. It shifts when sleepers move. It murmurs through horses and grass. It changes shape as snow accumulates and melts. You belong inside its rhythm. The short awakenings no longer bother you. They reassure you. Each time you surface, the important things remain where they should be. Horses nearby. Fire controlled. Weather calmer. Companions resting. No unfamiliar movement. You can return to sleep. That repeated confirmation may allow surprisingly effective rest despite interruptions. The body does not demand perfection. It accepts enough. Scholarly uncertainty surrounds the precise sleep patterns of historical Comanche warriors, because no observer could record every private nighttime habit across generations. We should therefore resist claiming that all warriors slept lightly in exactly this way. Some nights were surely deeper. Others were worse. Exhaustion could overpower caution. Storms could prevent meaningful rest entirely. Individual people also differ. One person wakes at every noise. Another could probably sleep through a buffalo argument. Human variety survives every historical generalization. Tonight, your own sleep remains somewhere between those possibilities. You close your eyes once more. The horses continue their quiet movements. The coals tick softly. A robe brushes grass. Someone breathes slowly nearby. These sounds no longer keep you awake. They carry you downward. Soon, however, the night itself will become part of the historical problem. Modern reconstruction depends upon sources that rarely cared about these quiet moments. What can we truly know about how Comanche warriors slept? Which details are documented? Which are reasonable interpretations? And which belong more to frontier legend than history? As your breathing slows again, those questions wait beyond the final hours of darkness. When you next open your eyes, the eastern horizon remains dark, but a faint greyness has begun weakening the stars nearest the ground. Dawn is still some distance away. The campsite remains quiet enough that you can hear individual coals settling beneath the ash. This is where certainty becomes difficult. You have spent the night experiencing a plausible combination of Comanche winter practices, environmental knowledge, material culture, and ordinary human responses to cold. Yet no surviving observer followed every warrior across every winter journey, and carefully recorded each sleeping arrangement. History leaves gaps. Those gaps deserve respect. You pull the buffalo robe closer and consider what can be known with reasonable confidence. The Comanche were highly mobile people whose lives became deeply connected with horses, especially from the 18th century onward. That part is well documented. They hunted buffalo extensively. They used animal hides. They lived in portable lodges suited to plains mobility. They travelled enormous distances for hunting, trade, diplomacy, warfare, visiting, and other purposes. Winter did not suspend that world. Accounts from Spanish, Mexican, American, and other observers describe Comanche movement across broad territories under varied environmental conditions. Material collections preserve clothing, weapons, horse equipment, decorated objects, and hide products. Archaeology provides another layer. Oral traditions provide perspectives, written documents often missed. Together, these sources create a substantial historical picture. But your question tonight is unusually specific. How did warriors actually sleep outdoors during freezing weather? That pushes us toward the quieter edges of the evidence. Military reports might describe encountering a Comanche camp without explaining how thick the bedding was. A trader could mention buffalo robes without recording exactly how travelers wrapped themselves at midnight. A captive narrative might describe harsh conditions but focus upon extraordinary experiences. An artist might show clothing beautifully while ignoring sleeping arrangements entirely. The surviving record is uneven. You hear one horse pour through snow. The sound reminds you that even obvious historical facts require interpretation. Horses were central to Comanche power. Yet the exact number accompanying a particular expedition could vary enormously. The same caution applies to shelter. A large group could carry more equipment. A small scouting party might travel lightly. A winter hunting camp differed from a rapidly moving war party. A peaceful journey through familiar territory allowed different choices from movement near enemies. No single reconstruction fits every situation. That is why the little campsite around you has remained deliberately flexible. You used terrain. You used a windbreak. You relied upon fire when circumstances allowed it. You used hides, clothing, dry vegetation, and shared vigilance. Each element fits the broader historical and environmental context. The exact combination on any particular night remains uncertain. Historians still disagree about how much detail can safely be borrowed from neighboring plains peoples when direct Comanche documentation is absent. Shared environments encourage similar practical solutions, but neighboring nations maintain distinct cultures and traditions. Similarity is not identity. That distinction matters. If another plains community used a particular sleeping technique, you cannot automatically declare that every Comanche traveler did the same. You need supporting evidence. When evidence is incomplete, careful language becomes more truthful than confident storytelling. Perhaps, likely, could have, documented in related contexts. Those phrases may sound less dramatic, but they keep the past from becoming invented certainty. You turn toward the fading fire. Frontier mythology often works differently. It loves certainty. A legendary warrior sleeps directly on frozen ground without discomfort. He rides for impossible distances without food. He senses enemies from miles away. He never feels fear. He never needs ordinary human help. These images are exciting. They are also flattening. Real endurance becomes more interesting when you understand its practical foundations. The warrior stays warm because someone prepared his robe. He travels because horses are managed carefully. He eats because food was preserved before departure. He survives weather because generations learned the landscape. Skill replaces magic. Community replaces solitary heroism. That is a richer story. You run your hand across the robe. Its physical presence is evidence of technology in the broadest sense. Technology does not require metal machines. A processed hide is technology. A portable lodge is technology. A carefully designed saddle system is technology. Food preservation is technology. Knowledge of how materials perform under different conditions is technology too. The Comanche world contained sophisticated solutions adapted to mobility across the plains. Outsiders did not always recognize them as such. Some 19th century writers judged indigenous life according to European ideas about buildings, agriculture, settlement, and property. Mobile societies could therefore be described as lacking things they had deliberately chosen not to emphasize. Portability might be mistaken for simplicity, yet portability requires design. Your shelter tonight demonstrates that. Every object must justify its weight. Every useful material ideally performs several functions. A robe can warm you while riding, cover you while sleeping, and supplement bedding. A horse carries you and your equipment. A lodge can be dismantled and transported. Efficiency becomes essential when movement is central. A quirky problem for historians comes from museum collections. Beautiful or unusual objects are more likely to be preserved than ordinary worn materials. A decorated garment may survive. A bundle of grass bedding does not. The result can distort what later generations imagined daily life looked like. Perishable things vanish. Routine things are discarded. Temporary camps disappear beneath weather and vegetation. The most ordinary parts of tonight may therefore leave the weakest archaeological traces. You look at the grass beneath your bedding. By tomorrow afternoon, wind may scatter much of it. Snow will melt eventually. Hoof prints will soften. The fire will become a small patch of ash and charcoal. Within years, even that may become difficult to notice. Yet you slept here. History happened here. The landscape simply does not preserve every moment equally. Written evidence has similar biases. Observers recorded battles because battles seemed important. They recorded treaties. They counted horses. They described leaders. They noted spectacular ceremonies. Someone quietly arranging dry grass beneath a robe rarely attracted the same attention. Social history asks us to look again. What did people eat? How did they keep warm? Who made clothing? How were children taught? How did ordinary people sleep? Those questions reveal the machinery beneath larger historical events. Without sleep, warriors cannot ride effectively. Without food, they cannot travel. Without household production, they lack equipment. Without horses, Comanche mobility changes fundamentally. The dramatic and ordinary histories are inseparable. You breathe slowly. The air feels colder now, perhaps near the night's minimum temperature. The period shortly before sunrise often feels particularly sharp because the surface has spent many hours losing heat. Your exposed face confirms it. You tuck your chin lower. The robe remains warm. A companion adds the final small pieces of fuel to the coals. There is little reason to conserve them far beyond dawn if the party expects to move. The fire brightens modestly. Orange light reveals the snow around it. You notice footprints crossing the white surface. Some belong to people. Most belong to horses. They overlap in complicated patterns. If you arrived here later, you might try reconstructing what happened from those tracks. You could identify movement and perhaps estimate numbers. But could you know who woke first? Could you know who was cold? Could you know which horse startled everyone? Probably not. Evidence has limits. That does not make historical reconstruction pointless. It makes humility necessary. You combine surviving sources with material evidence, environmental knowledge, and comparison, while clearly distinguishing stronger conclusions from speculation. That approach allows the past to remain human. It also prevents legend from quietly becoming fact. The eastern horizon grows slightly brighter. Grey turns toward pale blue. Shapes that were hidden throughout the night begin returning. The ridge becomes visible. Brush emerges. The horses acquire colour instead of remaining silhouettes. You can see snow collected along their backs and manes. Soon the party will begin preparing to travel. Before that happens, however, one final misconception deserves attention. The Comanche endured severe conditions, certainly. Their reputation for toughness had real foundations in demanding lives, long-distance mobility, riding skill, and environmental experience. But endurance should not be confused with enjoying suffering. People seek comfort when they can. They avoid unnecessary exposure. They prepare food. They make warm clothing. They choose sheltered ground. They build fires when appropriate. They sleep on insulation instead of proving themselves against frozen earth. The romantic image of effortless hardship begins fading with the darkness. What remains is more believable. Knowledge, preparation, adaptability. You watch the eastern sky brighten another shade. The night has nearly finished teaching you how Comanche warriors could sleep outdoors. Now the approaching dawn will reveal what their endurance actually meant. The first true colour of morning appears as a narrow band beneath the eastern clouds. It is not yet sunrise, but the black horizon has softened into grey-blue, revealing the snow-covered plains beyond your shelter. After spending so many hours inside darkness, even that faint light feels surprisingly generous. You remain beneath the buffalo robe. There is no reason to abandon warmth too quickly. Around you, however, the campsite begins waking in small stages. One person sits upright, another checks the fire, and someone farther away moves among the horses. No trumpet announces morning. The body simply recognizes change. You can hear it in the animals. Several horses are feeding more actively now. pouring through the thin snow to reach grass beneath. Hooves produce soft crunching sounds where the surface has hardened. One animal shakes itself. A cloud of powder rises from its back and disappears into the pale air. You watch from your bedding and think about the word endurance. It appears constantly in stories about Comanche warriors, sometimes appropriately, sometimes carelessly. Endurance can easily become a romantic label that replaces explanation. If someone survives cold, hunger, exhaustion, or distance. Later storytelling may simply call that person tough. The description is not necessarily wrong. It is incomplete. You have spent this entire night discovering what stands behind toughness. The sheltered slope mattered. The windbreak mattered. Dry bedding mattered. Clothing mattered. The buffalo robe mattered. Food mattered. Fire mattered. Horses mattered. Other people mattered. None of these things diminishes endurance. They make it understandable. You finally sit upright. Cold air immediately surrounds the warm space your body created beneath the robe. The contrast produces a shiver across your shoulders. Your breath appears in a thick cloud. The temperature may be near its lowest point of the night, especially after the sky cleared behind the storm. You rub your hands together. The fire contains little flame now, though a reddish glow survives beneath pale ash. Someone nudges the coals inward and places a final fragment of fuel across them. It catches slowly. A small flame appears. You extend your fingers toward it. They begin warming. This simple act reminds you that experienced people do not reject comfort merely to demonstrate toughness. They use warmth when warmth is available. They avoid needless suffering. That principle sounds obvious. Historical mythology often forgets it. Frontier literature frequently transformed indigenous warriors into figures who seemed unaffected by weather, pain, fatigue, or hunger. Such portrayals could be admiring, hostile, or both at once. Either way, they reduced human complexity. Real Comanche warriors experienced physical limits. They needed sleep. They needed calories. They needed water. They needed functioning horses. They benefited from shelter and warm clothing. Their expertise lay partly in meeting those needs efficiently under difficult conditions. That is more impressive than pretending the needs did not exist. You stand carefully. Your legs feel stiff after hours of sleeping on the ground. You stretch them without wandering far from the fire. Muscles slowly loosen. One knee complains. History remains glamorous. You take several steps through the snow. The cold reaches your feet immediately. But movement improves circulation. You notice how deeply some hoof prints penetrate compared with others. The snow is not especially thick. Travel should remain possible. The storm could have been worse, much worse. Across Comanche territory, winter conditions varied enormously. A mild southern night might barely freeze, while powerful cold outbreaks farther north could create dangerous exposure. People adjusted accordingly. Severe weather sometimes forced changes in movement, hunting, and camp routines. Horses required forage, and prolonged snow or ice could make that difficult. No amount of personal toughness could create grass where none was accessible. Environment establishes limits. Successful communities learn to work within them. The Comanche became powerful partly because their mobility was flexible rather than rigid. They responded to opportunities and pressures across a vast region. That flexibility applied to weather too. You do not challenge a storm because a story requires drama. You find shelter. You wait when necessary. You move when conditions improve. You preserve resources. The night you have just experienced demonstrates that logic beautifully. A quirky contradiction appears here. The strongest person in severe cold may be the one who appears least heroic. He chooses the sheltered hollow instead of the dramatic ridge. He wraps himself carefully instead of boasting. He eats before becoming